Hello, chat. How are we doing? It is good to see you after a short break. I am feeling well rested, relaxed, good, very excited to be back, and here we are. So how are you? What's going on? Welcome in, everybody. We have got Valerie Valkyrie, we've got Just Johnny, we have got Nini161, we've got Valerie the Lovely Italian, we got B-Rap, we have got Dirt or Bust. It's great to see you all. How are you doing? How was your weekend? How was the end of your week last week? Good fucking Monday. Yes, it's a good fucking Monday. Thank you for the 5 consecutive streams watched, Nini. And that is something that I'd like to show the stream, the early birds, if you don't mind, Nini, because I thought that was really nice. Just sort of logging in this morning after not really being on the internet for some time. And Nini has done a really cute little sketch of Melpo behind the tire, which is really, really cute. And I just wanted to show it off. And there it is. Great. I love it. Very, very cute. That's him. That's just him, isn't it? You can see. Look, that's him. There he is. No, I love this Nini. It's really nice. Thank you so much for drawing it. Yeah, it's really cute. Just, yeah, this is just... The shape is perfect. That's just what he is. Nah, so I love that. Thank you very much. Really nice to see. Hope you didn't miss me too much. I had a great week. As you know, if you've been in the Discord, if you've been looking at the updates as to why I took the last 2 days off last week, just basically was helping my friend who is moving house. He's in a bit of a shit situation, so I was helping him pack up and stuff. And it was very tiring, and he was very stressed. And when I noticed that, I started to realize that I was very stressed. And I think that I've been experiencing a little bit of burnout. You'll remember last Monday, I was very explicit about how I felt like I had actually felt like I rested a bit the weekend previous because of my very, very lucky situation where my dad decided to give me an early birthday present. I got Switch 2, so I've just been playing Switch 2 on the couch. I think it's a couple of things. I don't think I could do PC gaming on the PC anymore. I just think I'm too online. I can't really relax properly when I'm doing it because all I'm doing is looking at Twitter. I'm scrolling Twitter. I'm doom scrolling. It feels like shit. And I'm just like not getting any news, but my brain is trying to get news. That's where it's from, right? The doom scroll. You know about that, chat? The idea is that when you doom scroll, you're not really just doing some unspoken reflex that has been programmed into us by these tech giant bastards. We're just kind of looking for news. We're just kind of looking for stuff. It might not be news. It might be funny stuff or whatever, but that's kind of the reason that we do it. So obviously when I'm like gaming on my PC, I'm just looking at my second monitor, just looking for news all the time. And I think that that's something that just really stresses people out. Yeah, novelty seeking. Like, yeah, oh, I might browse and come across something very exciting. But of course, that's how they get you. That is how they get you. The internet is not what it used to be. You can stumble across some stuff, which is good and exciting, but it's rarer. It's much rarer than what it used to be. Hello, Sapatra, how you doing? I don't have any social media on my PC just to keep it separate. Yeah, you see, that's the problem. I got the browser window open. I've always got a tab group of social media for the stream in order to get some information about the stream, about news and whatnot. And I think that is why I find it very very difficult to not have that. But good for you if you could do it. I don't know how you manage that, how to not have social media on the PC. I don't know how you manage it. Maybe you just have one screen or something. I would love to hear some strats, because I do like gaming on my PC. It's great. Like, I love it. I've always loved being a PC gamer. You know, I got that tech neck. You and me, chat, we're the same. We're the total same. And yeah, I find it hard. So playing Pokemon on the couch has been really good. Pokopia is an amazing game. Pokopia update. Very, very, very good. Still very, very good. It's massive. It's a massive game. I've been playing it for hours and hours and hours and hours. Like, I was helping my mate pack his stuff away, clean his flat, and all this business, getting ready to get him out of the place. And got home that first night where I was like, I'm just so tired and I can't do the stream tonight, chat, so I'm just gonna chill. And played Pokopia, and I you know, since then been playing it. And then I checked last night. How much I'd unlocked in the game. I looked at all the collection of stuff that you could get, and I wasn't even fucking halfway through. Not even halfway through all the Pokemon that are in the game. Not even halfway through all the fucking different items you can make and build. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's such a big game. So I have been having a great time playing that. It's been really fun. And what else can I say to you? Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's very, very good. It's very, very good. What's the other one? What else have we been doing? Been playing a bit of snooker. I've been playing a bit of snooker. That's been fun. I know that snooker's a bit of a posh game, but we've been going to a place where, you know, we can... it's the games room. You people know. I've told you about it already. We have a games room in our building. We have a snooker table and a pool table, right? So we're going somewhere where you can play both. And, yeah, but... I'm getting into snooker. It's very, very... I don't know. There's a bit more method to it, which is exciting. Rather than pool is just like, right, pot all your balls. Pot all your balls and then the black. Don't pot the black. Don't pot someone else's ball. Don't put your, you know... white. Don't put the cue ball in one of the pockets. And that's what you do in pool. But in snooker, you... can rack up mad points by potting a red and then potting the black. You gotta keep potting the black, the pink, the blue. Those are the ones you want to be going for. Blue, pink, black. That's it. That's what you want to go for. And that's almost the bisexual flag colors. There's no purple. There's no purple ball, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it. Hello, Ms. Kip. How you doing? Yeah, I'm all right. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Mule or DJ is totally fine. Totally fine. And yeah, not really much else to update massively on what I've done. Like I said, I've really just been chilling out. I've been to the gym a couple of times, and I'm still cooking all my home food. I didn't go psycho mode and get some takeaways or anything like that. So I'm feeling proud of myself for not doing that. I've still just been eating very, very... you know, it's not like simple food, but it's all food that I've been making at home. I don't think I've eaten anything that I haven't made myself at home for like 3 weeks at the minute, maybe. And that feels pretty good. That feels pretty smart. Like, I'm making my own muesli. I'm making my own scrans. You know, the rotation, Chinese chicken curry, Karachi Indian style curry, and... what was the other one? What's the other one I make? Yeah, Mexican-style chicken fajitas with other wraps. So, and then at the weekend, I made the Chicago deep dish again, which is really good. I made it for me and someone as well, so then they really liked it. That was great. I made a tomato sauce, spinach, and chickpea pizza yesterday. It was great. Gotta do the deep pan. You gotta get the deep pan on the go. I can't recommend it enough. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't want to hear about pizzas unless it's deep pan. No, I'm joking. That's cool. It sounds really tasty. Did you end up make the watermelon drink? I did. I made the watermelon drink, and it was really nice. And was that not the week before that I had that? Was that? I think that was the week before. But maybe you just didn't see it, Sapatra. Maybe you weren't here for a couple of streams. But yeah. I made the watermelon drink. I also made a mango version. Both really, really nice. They had like a really unique flavor with the ginger, but the ginger bug gives it a really unique flavor. And that is just very, very nice. Very fucking nice. I found this book. We have like a bit of a communal library in the games room. So I got a bit of that. So I've been looking at a little bit of it, you know. Looking a little bit of it. Very exciting. In the posh bottles. Is that something a chatter said? I can't remember. Is that something a chatter said? Melpo has developed a new play strategy. I will show you this. I will show you the new Melpo play strategy. Hey Atomic, how you doing? Whenever I hear the word pizza, I usually think of it pronounced in the way that Brian Butterfield said it. Pizza. Yeah. The right way to do it. Hello Husker, how are you? Yeah, somebody in the chat said they were posh bottles. Yeah. They're not posh bottles. They're just brewing bottles. That's they're just made out of glass. They cost like £1.60. I bought them on Amazon 4 years ago or something. Let me show you this. Melpo's got this amazing new strat. Did I send my mum a video? Wait, have I not shown my mum this? Wait, hang on a minute. Surely I showed my mum this. I've got a video of it. Or did I show it to someone else? Oh my god. Well, I've definitely got video of it, but I can't be arsed faffing around and trying to get it on the PC. So I'll do that tomorrow, chat. But yeah, it's like have I told you about the tube that he's got? He's got like a tube. It's just a little, I don't know how to describe it. What the material is. It's crinkly kind of thing. You know the stuff that cats love? Cats love that really like crinkly feel and sound. And he's got a tube that's made out of that stuff. And so what he does nowadays, I'm playing with him with the mouse on the string. I really need to get him a new mouse for the string. Is it Mylar? Hello, Trunks. Yeah, Mylar sounds right. Yeah, I think it's Mylar. It's all like crinkly, but yeah. Hello, Bellatrix. How are you doing? Good to see you as well. So playing with the mouse, I do need to get him a new mouse for the end of the string because he just needs some variety. In fact, I'm going to do that while I'm chatting. And play with the mouse with him around the tube. And what he likes to do is get in the tube or on the tube, lying on it. And he just likes to lie there like it's an island. And he'll try and grab the mouse. Like he'll be like lying on his back doing all that cute stuff. And every now and then he'll get like super mega pissed off mode and he'll be going like, you know, do it dead fast for him. So I call it Tube Island. We play Tube Island. He wants to play Tube Island all the time. He just wants to be on the tube or in the tube, not get off it, get the mouse from there. And I don't know why that is. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like what it probably is because it's obviously it's not as hot as it was in the UK at the minute, in Manchester at least. It might be different down south, I don't know. But I think that it's cold. It's a cold material, and that's what he likes. And he gets hot. He gets hotter playing on whatchamacallit.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg.
Thank you very much.
Hey, day to day, let's go with the dono bowl.
Active Bellatrix, thank you so much for the 10 pound. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's go. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Where was I up to? Oh my goodness. Can't remember. Totally distracted me, that. Tube Island. Something else about... he wants to keep cool. That's it. That's all it was, wasn't it? I'd finished talking about it, to be honest. There we go. Thank you for the dono. A nice way to be distracted. Some housekeeping. Early chatters get the housekeeping updates. That's how it works. You get here early, get here on time. Yeah. Do your job as a chatter. Fulfill your job as a chatter. And you get the updates. I have decided that we're not going to have a dono incentive for Melpo Cam. I can't promise it, and it feels too stressful all the time when I'm saying to chat like, oh, just give us 25 quid and I will unlock the cat cam. and he's just like not there and shit. So, but you're gonna like the update. Don't worry, you're gonna like the update because here's what's gonna happen. Chat, you've all supported me so much over the last year since coming back to streaming politics, and it has been about a year since I came back to streaming politics, which is another reason that I felt like I could take a bit of a break, like a couple of days off last week. I thought, you know what, I've been doing this for a year now, so I'm doing it. You've all supported me so much. We're just gonna have Cat Cam on whenever he's here. Yeah? Whenever he's here. Better, isn't it? Much better. So he isn't here at the minute, unfortunately, but again, that's the way of the Melpert. So when he makes himself present, I will present him to you. That's how it's gonna go, yeah? And was there anything else that I wanted to change, that I wanted to stop doing? I don't know. I can't remember. But those are the updates. That's me. That's me done talking about my little break and what I did. Very simple stuff. Snooker, Pokopia. Went out a little bit, you know, went outside a number of times. Not for long. But I did. I did. And hey, Ashley, how you doing? Good to see you. So, that is... Is it just me? Have you been away? I have been away. I've just been updating chat on what was getting up to. As I just said, snooker, Pokemon Pokopia, going outside a bit, cooking scrans, eating healthy, all this business. Yes, that's what I've been doing. Looking after myself, feeling rested. So, welcome back, Ashley. I was just about to say we're going to get into the news. And we are, of course, going to start with Iran. It's all kicking off. Finally, some other people have been saying the words that I have been saying. It's not just me. It's not just me who's been saying it. It's other people who've been saying that Iran is likely to end up in a ground invasion. I thought I saw a video at the weekend and I put it in my watch later because someone finally said the words, but it turns out I didn't save that. Okay. What I did find, by the way, chat, if we're good, we'll watch this later. Someone did a video essay.
Enchanted.
Someone did a video essay about Wizardora. Look at this. We'll watch this if you're good, yeah? What do you think? Wizardora. It's only 14 minutes. If chat are well behaved today, we'll take a look at this. Okay, so I have seen other outlets. Reporting on things that I have been saying about Iran. The words ground invasion have been mentioned by various different outlets. I have seen some outlets saying forever war. Question mark, is Trump starting a new forever war? And I think it's very interesting that that is now becoming a sort of mainstream possibility for even the imperialist propaganda mouthpieces of Sky News, CNN, all these kinds of places saying this forever war kind of thing. So we're going to start off with oil prices. You know the drill, chat. It's finance sicko time. Here we go. $83 to the barrel. Of course, that's not going to stop. I think we're going to get right back up here again because it's not looking good for how long this war could go on for. And the first major update from today, we're going to check out some stuff from today. This is obviously Daniel Davis. Daniel Davis Deep Dive. And he's reporting on the Bab al-Mandeb Strait being closed. I think I also have an Al Jazeera video. Yes, I have an Al Jazeera video about this as well. So we're going to take a look at this. This is Daniel Davis. You know the score with this guy. He was going to be in Trump's military apparatus. And he got done. He got told off. He said something that Trump didn't like, and he got taken out of the whatever you call it, right? He got taken out of the running. And he does a little commentary based on his experience as a military guy, I guess, is the most thing. I can't remember. I think it's lieutenant, isn't it? Or is it colonel? Is it Colonel Daniel Davis? I think he's a colonel. So based on his gun style apparatus. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'd forgotten about these memes, chat. Thank you for reminding me. You what you have to remember is that when I take a little break from streaming, what my brain does, yeah, is it just forgets everything that's happened in streams for the whole of time. I just can't remember anything. There's no way I'm gonna remember that stuff. So bring them back in every now and then. Give me a little shock. That'll be great. I'd love that. Yetaway says China's halved its oil consumption while enjoying record electricity production, saving the world from the oil crisis. Yeah, absolutely. And if China isn't using their oil, that's great. It's a net good for the world. It's a net good. They're doing green energy production and whatnot, and that's just very exciting, right? That's just very, very, very exciting. And especially when we're getting summers like what we have at the minute. And the Imperial Core is desperately trying to make things much worse for everybody before we go better, before we get better. Hey Morrigan, how you doing? Welcome in.
البحرية على العدو السعودي المجرم وفق معادلة الحصار بالحصار وسيدخل حيز التنفيذ من لحظة إعلان هذا البيان. ثانيا نؤكد على حق شعبنا العظيم في مواجهة الحصار بالحصار والتصعيد الشامل بالتصعيد الشامل وتثبيت هذه المعادلة.
So that was the very loud spokesman for the Houthis.
Bro, you're louder than him. What do you mean?
From Yemen, who announced earlier today that they were now blockading the Bab and Mandab.
Hey, Komaratsky, how you doing, man?
For a long time, we've been warning about the possibility of this could happen, and now, at least according to this statement, it has. Last I checked, and this has been over an hour ago, that when the actual traffic was examined, there hadn't been any interdiction yet, and traffic was still going as of about an hour ago. We'll see what happens next. We'll see if any ships get hit or if they willingly stop.
Nice, good to hear it.
But the likelihood is that's exactly what's going to happen with the Bab al Mandab. You see there in the bottom, that very narrow strait across there. It's a lot easier.
Did he just say Bab al Mandab?
Strait of Hormuz. And if you take that out of play, you're talking about about 4 million barrels per day. About 4 million barrels per day. Remember, one of the reasons why the global oil supply hasn't been as much of a problem with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is because...
Hang on. I need to have a closer look at this. So, July 19th. What's the date today? 20th? Right. So, yesterday... Before markets, when markets opened today, it was like $84 and it's dropped down to 82, but it's going up again. I was just wondering if this announcement has caused a spike, but I don't know. Something's happened that's made, it could be to do with China again. Again, any kind of anomaly that we don't understand in the chart. Of course, markets are all made up, but any kind of anomaly that if someone is bringing the price down, it's not going to be a capitalist corporation, is it? It's going to be a corporation that is controlled by the state so that their CEOs can't become billionaires or they will be murdered by the state. And, crude oil is going to be sold by all kinds of countries. And again, this could be the China thing. This could be the China help that has been helping behind the scenes, making sure that we don't have... shortages of food and whatnot and massive price increases in the Imperial Core. And again, this is a great strat from China. Make the world see you as what America wants to see itself as, which is protector of the world. And it does feel like China is the best state at the moment for that particularly, right? And yeah, there's just no argument, to be honest. So yeah, doesn't look like there's been a massive affectation by this at this point, but it could be later. Hello, RT Clearance, how you doing? Yeah, still absolutely you know, able to bring empire to its knees, even though Ansarallah are just, you know, completely besieged. You know, this is the epitome of resistance in the Swana region, right? And I think it's the epitome of I don't think there's any kind of Orientalism that we could do here where we could be like, you know, oh, well, it's different. It's just different because people in the Middle East are used to this. They're used to being punished, yada, yada, yada. There's going to be a degree to that, but there's going to be a degree to every nation that has been punished by empire, right? And I think that when it comes to people who were subjugated, people who were starved, you know, put into enclaves, forced into small spaces in order to try and defend themselves, they are going to just naturally adapt. That's the human reaction, right?
Because the Saudis, I don't have it on this map, on the they have the Yanbu port on their west coast, and they've been pipeline oil and gas across there, and then they've put it on ships, and then they've been taking it out either through the Suez Canal in the north or the Bab el-Mandab in the south. And now then the Houthis are saying that's going to come to an end. Now, if you take what's already being shut down from the Strait of Hormuz that normally would go through there, and then you add in there the Bab el-Mandab, then you have now a major crisis on your hands. We already have a real problem because just understand, just because of all the things that we've done with not following the memorandum of understanding, and these now, I think it's 10 straight days. If it's not already happened today, it was 9 as of this morning or as of last night.
So it looks like this was announced 2 hours before the close of market, right? So there's no way to tell particularly, what is this? Where are we up to here? So 1930, and then you go back 2 hours, and it was about here. It did start to go up about after that. So maybe we'll see more of an effect tomorrow. Hey Morgana, how you doing? Welcome in.
We keep fighting back over and over and blowing up stuff.
Chapo Loki scaring me, asking guests when the supply chain is going to finally break down. I mean, look, I'm not the kind of person who is going to sit here and say that isn't going to happen, because that's also my take. The supply chain is going to break down, but we have to think of it broadly in an intelligent way where we go, oh, okay, well, what is the supply chain, right? What is the supply chain? Well, the supply chain is not one big chain, is it, right? It's not one thing that is just going to collapse altogether. The supply chain is various different trade routes. It's various different productions, right? You've got production facilities that make goods, and then you have logistical companies that transport those goods to stores where you could get them, right? Or to other factories that will end up getting all that kind of stuff arranged in a different way. Yeah, exactly. It's already breaking down in parts of the country in Australia, yes. Supply of oil, I mean, yeah, I mean, well, there's all kinds of, yes, I mean, oil is the key thing, right? Because they need oil to get the ships going. The ships got to go. The ships have got to transport that stuff. That's the key thing. As far as I know, this is a thing, right? Right. They do have freight airplanes, but that's still oil. So, you know, it is gonna affect literally everything. But it's not like, you know, at the end of the day, if things get that bad, yeah, if things get that bad where we can't get anything that we need because we're too reliant on importing stuff through trade and what have you, there will be two options for the Imperial Court, right? The first would be to say, okay, China, give us some of your oil. I think we already trade oil with China, but like, please, China, save us. It will be a please, China, save us moment, right? And there's going to be that, or the other option is admit defeat in the Strait of Hormuz, admit defeat in the Swana region at large, and fall apart like a normal empire, right? Turkify like a normal empire. The Turkification stuff is already happening in the US. We've seen it over the last year. It's continuing to happen. And the UK is doing it as well. The UK is Turkifying as well in various different ways. We just have Andy Burnham instead of Keir Starmer, but can't see that's going to be much different. Hey Bellatrix, how you doing? Welcome in. Since global supply chains will weaken over decades and not instantly die like a human with a disease, it will be a gradual thing. I don't think it's just going to fall apart. That's my main point, right? That's my main point. It is going to happen, but it isn't going to happen in the way that you might imagine it. It's not just going to be like one day it's like, oh, there's no oil. Because like when fuel runs out, you know, in terms of oil, it's not going to be oil, it's going to be diesel or some shit, right? Yeah, it will happen over the course of 2 years. And in that time, if people in countries like the UK and the USA can't get food, can't get medicine, and all that kind of shit, people are going to go insane. People are going to go fucking insane. And then the governments have got a choice, right? Turkify means to become more fascist. Not exactly, because you could be fascist and imperialist, right? Turkey is not technically imperialist. It's in NATO. It's a vassal state. Turkey itself is not an imperialist nation. It does its own sort of general, you know, localized ethnic cleansing, all that kind of stuff, right? Killing Kurds, you name it, funding HTS, local stuff, right? Attacking neighbor states like Syria. I think they violated the airspace of Iraq a couple of times. I don't know. But I think the reason that I use the word Turkify is to describe a state that is militaristic, militarized, spending more money on its military, and the imperial boomerang is coming back home, really. Like, they're not, you know, it's not a nation that is going to participate in imperialism in the same way in the future, essentially. It's just turning it inwards. Prices will go up, production will shift around, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Capitalism is shockingly adaptable. Never underestimate its ability to feebly limp along. Yes, correct. Hey, Comradsky, Danny Davis ain't a bad guy. Yeah, we could fix him. Ray has been saying this many times. Thank you for the 90 consecutive streams watched. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's coming home. The bad version.
Retaliates every single time. As is logical and obvious that they would do that, and the strait is closed. Well, it is mostly closed. As you're going to see here in a minute, there is a trickle of traffic going through there, and interestingly, it's going through on the Iranian side, the majority of the trickle, although even that's inconsequential because of the amount of oil that is
our woke hog
coming through dwarfs it so that small trickle doesn't have any impact on the global economy. And now that if you're talking about the Bab el-Mandab, that could be a major game changer here in a very bad direction. Yeah,
you want to be looking at getting an e-bike for sure, Morrigan. Yeah, I'll tell you, chat. I'll tell you some other shit that I've been watching. I'll tell you some other shit I've been watching. Let me show you this fucking video. I've been going sicko mode on this video. On videos like this, sorry, not on this video in particular. How do I get to my history? Where is it? Oh my god. I have been so I have like 2 genes, I think, that have activated over the last couple of weeks or months, and I don't know why. The first gene that I'm talking about, that may or may not be good, may or may not be a good thing that these genes have activated. Yeah. The first one is that my dad is an electrician, and he was in auto electrics in the past. And he's very, very good at electric stuff. Very, very smart. And I started to get very interested in this.
Power stations like this are awesome. They're also really...
Right. So I just need to show you that bit. To show you that bit to begin with. However, the other gene that activated, which is probably definitely worse... I would say. Let's see if we can find the video of this. This was fucking crazy. Obviously, you all know I've got like a bad liver. It's not bad. I shouldn't really say it like that. It's been getting loads better recently, but this is definitely not something I should be doing to my body in the short term. Maybe, you know, in a long-term scenario or whatever. I'll be able to do this. Where can I find this? Oh my god. Have I missed the video? No, I don't think I have. I think I watched it quite a while ago. So the other part of my genes that activated recently, it was my granddad's, because my granddad, he liked, he's dead now, he liked to brew his own beer. And obviously I've been getting excited about the ginger bug stuff, getting really excited about that, and making my own soda and what have you. And I didn't know that, bro. Sorry to hear it. No, my granddad died years ago when I was 7. Don't worry about it. It's just because I said my granddad likes, and then I was like, oh, everyone's gonna think he's still alive. He's not alive. I've got one granddad alive. Video added to favorites for later. What, this one? Yeah, this is great. Oh, my liver. Oh, it's getting loads better. Don't worry about it. Okay, here we go. No. This was so. Oh my god, chat. I can't believe it. I found this fucking guy.
Afternoon, guys. My name's Pete Rainford. You're watching Rainford's Brew Lab.
I found this guy. It's called Rainford's Brew Lab. Right, and I hate his thumbnails. They're all AI. It's really bad. But like, look at him. You're not gonna tell this guy that he can't use AI. It's never gonna happen. He's brewing his own fucking booze in a shed. There's no way you're telling this guy to not use AI. Don't use AI. He'll say, "Fuck off, pal. Do what I fucking want." Right? So I saw this. It said how to make alcohol for 18p a liter. And my brain started exploding, right? I was like, oh, right. First of all, that's so cheap. What the fuck? This can't be true. Obviously, it's clickbait, isn't it? But it's real clickbait. It makes you go, that can't be true. And then you watch it and it is true. And I was fascinated. I was like, that's absolutely bizarre. It is completely legal in the UK to do this, yes. Don't need a license. You could just make your own beer at home. It's been a thing for decades in the UK. Maybe even centuries. I don't think there's ever been a law to say you can't brew your own beer in the UK. I don't think that's ever happened. To distribute it, I think you would have to do some kind of license or whatever to do that. Usually only stilling is legally great. I think you could do that in the UK. I don't think there's any law against that. I could be wrong though, so don't take my word for it. But, you know, this guy's making fucking videos about how to do it, and it is absolutely insane. All you do, we're not going to watch this video, but all you do is you literally get lemon juice, sugar, and I don't even, does this guy use yeast? Yeah, yeast. Cold water, warm water. I can't remember the process, but literally just put like a tiny bit of this lemon juice in this thing, and he gets it out, and he's fucking buzzing. Check this guy. He is just the sommelier of turbo cider. Do you know about turbo cider, chat? Turbo cider is like, people used to do it to, you know, just like leave cider on the side, leave apple juice on the side for a bit, and it just becomes alcohol. That's just what happens. Yeah, like, it's dead bad for you. You shouldn't, like, because you just don't know. If you're not doing it with like a thing to detect how much ABV is in there or whatever, it's really bad for you. Wouldn't recommend it. That's just called cider here. Yeah, but like, people call it turbo cider because like, it's like, oh, you could buy apple juice for like £1 and then leave it on the side and it becomes alcoholic, and it happens really quick. So it's just, yeah, turbo cider, right? Anyway, I can't remember how I got onto that, but he's like a sommelier of that shit. So check him here, like when he fucking like cracks this open.
Pence hard lemon soda. This has cleared up quite nicely, more so than the previous malt brew actually. So, did it carbonate a little? No carbonation. It's been cold crashing for a couple of days, and it's time for a taste. Hence why the glass is here. So let's go straight in, guys. Come on.
Depression era piss, yeah.
Oh, that's a big glass. That's pretty clear. A few particles hanging around there, but all in all, happy with the clarity of that. Let's put that top back on.
No, he did add yeast. He did add yeast to this, Komradsky. It's like lemon juice, yeast, sugar, water. That's it. That's all you need. 18p this shit costs.
Okay, let's have a smell.
But turbo cider,
That's not quite
I don't think
what
you need to add
expected.
yeast to that because it's a fruit. The apple juice is
lemon
actual
there,
apple
but
juice.
I'm getting something else though. I can't put my finger on that.
A lot of the fermenting critters just live on the skin of fruits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think it's just that more, more that kill you sort of smell that you get from a sugar wash. The lemon is there, it's very faint. I'm hoping there's a bit more of the lemon on the taste, obviously. Okay, should we go for it, guys? 18 pence per 1 litre. Hard lemon soda. Here we go.
In we go. Took such a big swig.
Well, that's lemonade. That is lemonade.
He's buzzing. He's fucking buzzing, mate. Hey, Red Bear, how you doing?
Alcoholic lemonade. Oh my god, that's dangerous.
So that part of my brain activated as well. Check this though. Like, apparently malt beer. Yeah, I didn't know this. Right? Yeah, he's just made hard lemonade for 18p. That's all he's done. It is nuts. Somebody's gonna be the video of that woman eating a Scotch bonnet and he'd spit it out. No. I think that this guy knows what he's fucking doing. It's been 8 years since I've had a drink. Good for you. No, this is what I'm saying. My brain is just like, I shouldn't be doing this because alcohol is very bad for you. But I'm just gonna show you this because this blew my mind. Right? This blew my fucking mind. 1 piece of toast, boiling water, cold water, yeast, sugar. That's how he made beer, chat. This motherfucker makes beer out of toast. Is there alcohol in lemonade? No, this guy's brewed it into alcohol. Red Bear. He put yeast in with it and let it ferment. But yeah, check this. This guy makes beer out of toast. Yes, like toasting the grain first. What does he do with the toast? Check. He puts it in boiling water. He just mashes it all up in boiling water. And then uses the fucking liquid.
10 minutes. Let's
It's insane.
add our sugar to the bottle.
You need to toast it, apparently, to give it the flavor. And that makes absolute sense, right? Absolute sense, because the Maillard reaction is what generates flavor in things like grains. Yeah? If you toast oats, that's the difference between oats and like muesli, right? Like when I make my muesli in the oven, that like browning of the oat, it makes the oat like crisp and tasty and it gives it like a really nice earthy taste. Jury's out if it's beer without hops, depends on your region. Yeah, I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that hot bollock, like fucking chin scratching, like, oh, just a nice IPA. Don't give a fuck about any of this. This is the future.
120 grams.
Do you know what I mean? All them fucking hipsters with fucking like anchor tattoos and like listening to sea shanties and shit. And going like, yes, we brewed our own ale and it's called John Squigmore and it's great and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, no, just get some toast in your fucking shed, mate.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to give this a quick stir up and then I'm going to pour it in.
You're just missing tattoos and round glasses. I actually have round glasses as well, which is bad. It's terrible because they're my favorite glasses. But I would argue that these glasses make me look more like a hipster. Wait, we could probably do this, right? We could probably make this happen very easily. Done. Yep. Wait for it. Dead ringer for my ex. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this. Here we go. Yep. Uh-huh. That work? No, where's it gone? Wait, what? How's that happened? That's crazy. I'm gonna have to do that if that works. Did that work even better? Oh my god. It just removed it totally. Oh shit. Oh, it isn't gonna work. Oh, there it is. Okay. Right, it's a bit crusty. It's a bit of a crusty one. Put it at an angle like that. Yeah. What's like a hipster face? Something like that. There you go. A little bit of content for you, chat. Consider giving me money. You need a lip ring. No, I'll tell you what I need. I need one of them like Gary Stevenson hats. You know, like the hat that looks like the condom before you've unwrapped it on your knob. Need a lip ring, yeah. Well, I used to have a fucking ear piercing, didn't I? Flat cap. I've got a flat cap. Yeah, flat cap would do it. Your beard is so well managed it works well. That's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. Gotta get rid of the whole thing now. After that. Alright. Bit of content for you. Chat, please consider tipping your streamer. Anyway, that's enough of that. We're going back to the news. Oh, actually, yeah, no, this one. Oh, shit. I didn't even tell you about this one. I started watching this, and it's just ridiculous. Right? My man is sat there saying to me that you can make a power bank for solar electricity like this. This is the other part. This is the my dad's an auto electrician part of me, sort of like waking up inside me. Wake me up! And getting really excited about the idea of having like a solar panel and storing energy and shit like that. And so, like, you know, the whole point of this video, he's saying you buy these things off the internet, they're like £2,000. You can't, you know, people just can't be affording that. But if you buy these separate appliances or pieces of equipment, it's much cheaper. I don't know how much cheaper buy, because I don't know how much a fucking lithium ion battery this size is, like a car battery is. Or the converter. I think the outlet adapter is probably going to be the cheapest thing here, because the other thing he's got is this, like, you know, flow converter from actually receiving the energy from the solar panel that goes into the battery, and then it goes out of the battery into the converter. So yeah, it's wild. My hubby made one of those. You just get used batteries from truck fleets or mines. There you go. You could do that, couldn't you? You could do that. All you need is a deep cycle battery. A deep cycle is close to a car battery, so probably like £60. 60 quid? Is that how much that costs? Lithium ion battery. Large. What is that? What is that? 12 AH? Car battery. And now I'm just looking for it. I'm just going to end up buying it. No, these things are like... one on here that I've just found is like £600. They're not cheap. Not going to be 60 quid. $300 US for a lithium one. Okay, I need to be finding... Maybe I'm Googling the wrong thing. Car battery. Oh, yeah. Oh, you can get... Wait, what? I just saw one for 80 quid. What is that? Oh my god, yeah, there's one here for fucking... No way. That can't be real. What is this? 12 volts, 100 AH. What's AH? Amp hours or something. What's the one in the video? Something AH, some at 40 AH. Yeah, amp hours, I thought so. The kind you use in a jet ski deep cycle. When have I been on a jet ski? And like I've said to you before, chat, I've had a fairly privileged life. You know, I've been on skiing holidays and shit. Not loads, but you know, I've been on skiing holidays. I've never been on a fucking jet ski. A jet ski? I don't even know anything about that. You don't need new. It'll be too expensive. Yeah, but like, what are the risks of getting a used one? They're the most common. Deep cycle means you can totally discharge it. Deep cycle trucks. Okay, that's two people who seem to know what they're talking about who are saying deep cycle. And Sapatra is saying you could get one off a truck. No risks. There's always a risk. I don't know where I'm going to get one out of a truck. You have to just like wait around a truck yard before a guy goes, it's done. I'm going to have to get rid of it. And you go, yo, give me the battery. Just give me the battery. Just want the battery, bro. I reckon in order to like power a house, you would probably need about like 6 of these, right? Because the idea with solar power is you stick solar panels on your roof or whatever. I'm not going to be able to do it here because now I can't just put it on the roof here. But you put the solar panels up, it charges the batteries, and then hopefully we'll charge it for a period of time when the sun is not out, right? No, I do. There is a roof on the building, obviously. I just can't. Yeah, I just can't get up there. Look for people getting rid of them, right? More like 20. Yeah. Well, I mean, 20 for a house. I'm talking about like a flat, right? Like a flat like mine, because, you know. And I don't mean for like extravagance, like PCs running, Switch 2, all that kind of stuff. I don't mean that. I mean like basic stuff. Keep the fridge running, keep the freezer running, right? Those are the most important things. Fridge, freezer, boiler. That's it. You know? You can get up there if you try hard enough. Yeah, but the point is that I'm not going to try, so that's why I can't. The expensive part is the inverter. You need one that produces a pure sine wave so it doesn't cook your electronics. Yes, I was imagining that would probably be another expensive bit. Yeah, you need a power inverter, solar power, and any kind of battery as long as it can be discharged. Check wrecking yards, yeah. Yeah. Solar panels are easy to get here, though. Yeah, I mean, you'll see all kinds of ones being advertised that you could just buy off, like, you know, Amazon and stuff. And I'm sure that stuff is going to be good for charging your e-bike, maybe, or charging your phone if you're out and about. But I don't think that they're probably going to work for long-term use, right? The inverter will probably be about 1,200 to 1,500 Australian dollars. That's going to be like fucking $1,000, maybe 700 quid here. Yeah. So 700 quid. Get one of these batteries. You could probably get a couple of them off a wreck, so that's free. Or maybe, I don't know, buy them for 20 quid of people getting rid of them. So 2 of them. That's going to be 60 quid if you bargain it right. 60 quid, 700 quid, 760 quid with the inverter. And the adapter. How much is the adapter going to be? Adapter. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Outlet adapter. Yeah? One of them? Outlet adapter, solar panel. People just joining are loving this. They're loving this content. It's me just browsing the web. I'm not even showing you what I'm browsing. Need more than 2 depending on how many appliances you want to power. Yeah, of course. Oh, these are not that expensive. 82 quid you could get them for. It looks like. Okay. Alright. Alright, so it is going to be cheaper. It is going to be cheaper than what you're doing with buying these big fucking boxes online and shit. Anyway, where was I? What? Back to the news.
Houthis are able to make good on that threat. And we know they certainly have in 24 and 25.
The whole reason that I went on that tangent is because I was trying to find another news outlet that said ground invasion happening. Lock in. And I didn't save it. I just didn't fucking save it. So sorry about that. Code for the politics, Dave the ADH, Dave Rabbit Holes. Thank you so much, Beanie Gamey. Thank you for the 50 consecutive streams watched. And hello, Bubble, as well. Welcome in. They've officially named and charged the person for the murder of Ann Widdecombe. Yeah, I saw that. Good attempt at derailing me again, because I am going to take a look at that. That was a good attempt. It worked. Well done. Good bait. Ann Widdecombe. Murder. Isn't there some, like, conspiracy stuff going on here? No, don't apologize. Isn't there some conspiracy stuff going on? Like, look, hang on a minute. 1 week ago, man 26 arrested. 48 minutes ago, man 28 charged. Things don't add up, say family of Ann Widdecombe. Murder suspects. The man suspected of killing very politician is described as a shy and quiet individual, lived by himself at his late father's house. Detectives have questioned the man, 28, for a week after Ann Widdecombe was found dead in a bungalow in Hayter Vale, Devon, on 9th of July. She'd been killed 24 hours earlier, police believe. The suspect lives on a council estate in Rotherham, South Yorkshire, in the house he shared with his father, who died a few months ago. Neighbours and family members described him as quiet and unassuming. His uncle told the BBC his legs went like jelly when he found out his nephew had been arrested. He's the last person I would think to do anything like that. An aunt said the suspect's father had died several months ago, telling the Daily Mail the suspect never came out of the house and his father's death had been a nasty setback. Counter-terrorism police took over the investigation. Blah. I think that I've seen some people saying, hang on a minute, he doesn't look like the guy that they initially arrested. Maybe it's just an old photo, because this guy did not have long hair. Do you remember in the video of him being arrested? I can't remember. Ann Widdecombe suspect arrested. Let's go to YouTube, because I remember on all the channels they were talking about it in Britain. Here we go. Topless Ann Widdecombe murder suspect arrested. He does have a bit of a ponytail. It could be him. It could be him.
This is the...
Oh, not a video from the Sun. Oh. No, it's here. Here we go. Get the Sky News version at least. Not as bad. Not half as bad. It's a different person to the one originally arrested. You can see him here. Well, you can't really see him. It's pretty fucking far away, this footage. They do a close-up? I can't remember. They do a bit of a close-up here. But it's still like... You just can't really see him. Well, okay. Inconclusive, chat. Completely inconclusive. It is very interesting, though, the whole thing surrounding all of this. Because we were talking about it last week, right? And saying, well, it's a bit odd. Why would someone choose to murder Ann Widdecombe? And we went through the reasons why someone possibly could have. We looked at the last Talk TV interviews that she did. And we said, yeah, people who support reform and Nigel Farage could have easily heard these words and gone, oh no, this person is a piece of shit and they're not doing politics in the way that I like reform to be doing. It could easily be like maybe a Restore Britain voter, Restore UK voter, or a disgruntled Reform UK voter who was trying to get some understanding out of the Nigel Farage thing, resigning and not really understanding and twisting stuff up in his head and thinking, oh, it's to do with Anne Widdecombe, you know? Could be anything. But it was always like a bit of a reach to be like, why would someone kill Anne Widdecombe? Why would he drive 4 hours from Rotherham to do it and then drive back? And I don't know. Right? Totally weird. Totally weird stuff. Can't explain it myself. Don't know anything else about it. Let's crack on with the Iran stuff.
They interdicted all kinds of shipping in there and just caused all kinds of mayhem in the Red Sea. Also recall that both the Biden administration, the Trump administration, and the Israeli government under Netanyahu all have periodically since that time attempted to destroy the Houthis. The Saudi Arabians have attempted for over a decade to try and militarily defeat the Houthis. They never succeeded. So it seems pretty unlikely that if they choose to go ahead and go down this path, that we're going to be able to stop it. We'll be able to blow up yet more targets in Yemen, as we have done many times, as Israel has done many times. We can kill people, we can blow stuff up, but we're not able to destroy their missile launching capabilities. Every time we try, we fail. The last time Trump did it, you may recall that infamous statement by Secretary Hegseth. He came on and just pounded his hand on the desk and said, yeah, we are going to shut down the Houthis in the Red Sea and we're going to open it for transit. And they either do what we say or they're going to suffer the consequences and nobody's going to stop us.
Wait, has Pete Hegseth said something about this? Hegseth presser. Surely they're doing regular pressers again now. 4 months ago. Oh, is he referring to something 4 months ago? Does he not do presses anymore? Department of War. Oh my God, what do you mean Department of Warmth? Pete Hegseth speak during a Defense and Innovation Summit. Is this what he's referring to?
We've all heard.
Hey, Lemon, how you doing?
Became hot. Lee became very wealthy.
Oh no, dude! It's not gonna be a whole stream of me listening to Trump again. It's not.
Great guy.
Does Hegseth speak at all? He's not even here, man.
A week.
Oh, he is. He's there.
To bring that capability to Philadelphia.
Well, campaign and he for 100.
I don't even think he says anything.
President, just
Okay, we're not watching that. We're not fucking watching that, dude. I've had too many streams recently where it's just Trump talking shit. You know? Burnham, hardly know him. Exactly.
About a month later, with no fanfare and no pounding on the desk, they just said, okay, you know what? We have a deal with the Houthis. They're not going to shoot us. We're not going to shoot them. And anyway, moving on. That even though the Houthis never said they would.
He's talking about last year. That's what he's talking about. Okay, right, fine. I get it now. Sorry, wasn't paying attention. Forgive me, chat.
Ships, and they still said they were going to interdict anything with Israel.
Been away. I've been on a break. Let me off.
Whatever. We realized, and of course, it just had come out in the open media, in the Western press, right before all that we had spent like $1 billion in this short period of time, firing weapons and doing all kinds of other things, trying to knock this stuff out. We never succeeded. So we said, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Let's just shut it down and just pretend
the juice ain't worth the squeeze.
Moved on, because that's kind of how this administration operates. That's how this Pentagon operates. I can't even just blame the president of the United States as much as I'm going to, even in this episode here. But the Pentagon itself deserves almost just as much blame for all of this stuff that's going on here, because of the pathetic way that they're operating, the lies that they keep telling, the information that they keep holding from us. There have been more casualties, more killed in action from the Americans since I last talked to you. And there are also more wounded in action.
Look at Daniel Davis's ads. That's so sad. Got ads for hymns.
And there's also news out in the Western media that the
Is your penis not working?
Pentagon has been hiding the casualty counts from us. I think it was a Wall Street Journal that was said they interviewed somebody from Central Command. It was one of the Western outlets. And Central Command said, we don't have to tell you that stuff. We're not obligated. There's no statute that requires it, as though that, yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to be, non-transparent. We want to be opaque, and that's fine. I don't want to tell you when there's casualties. Now, of course, I'll give you every granular detail in the world when we strike the Iranians. That's fine. But when it's talking about what we have suffered, we're just going to not talk about that. So that's pretty pathetic on that case. But that's not the only thing. Let me before I get into some of the real issues here that I've got a burr under my saddle, so to speak, that is really aggravating me. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you President of the United States. I'm going to show you Jack Keane, because President listens to him, but he's one of the biggest mouthpieces for what is America's policy. And I'm going to show you Secretary of State Rubio. In every case I'm going to show you today, and all of them today, it is astounding to me, this platoon of insanity. The stuff they're saying is just grotesquely.
Sky News have also dropped a 49-minute investigation into the Manab school shooting, and it looks like it's actually probably quite fair and balanced. We're not going to watch this yet, but we'll save this for another day. That'll be interesting.
Untrue. Or
you've watched it, Ashley? Yeah, it was decent and sad. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, gotta watch it
to say out loud. I just can't hardly believe what's happening. But before I get to that, let me first bring you up to date on what actually is happening in the area here, because there are continuing to be things. Kuwait and Bahrain have been targeted by Iranian
is running out of weapons in its Iran.
Both countries have faced.
We've also got an Owen Jones about this as well.
Severe waves of attacks in the past 24 hours. Now, you're going to hear President Trump in a minute say they basically are militarily defeated. They don't even have the capacity. And yet here you see it on your screen, plain as day, wave after wave in the past 24 hours. And of course, that is every time of these 9 straight days that we've attacked, they have responded in the attack. Kind of sounds like they have some capability left. Meanwhile, speaking of President Trump, he released this just a little over an hour ago, actually less than an hour ago. Every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over, he boasted. This directive has been passed on to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Daniel Kaine, and every leader in the military. So you can imagine that something much bigger than has been the case is going to come today. But is it really going to be that much different? I mean, we've been hitting them for 9 straight days. And we blow up stuff all the time. CENTCOM always puts out that black and white imagery from drones that they take and from the thermal imagers, et cetera. And you see a bunch of stuff blowing up. Nobody really knows what it is or what it's supposed to accomplish. We keep saying stuff like, oh, well, this is going to degrade Iran's ability to control the Strait of Hormuz and degrade their missile capability and their drone capability. And that's BS. We know that Iran put that decades ago under the ground. Yeah, that kind of stuff there. You'll see some here in a second. We put those things under the ground. So you're not hitting drone and missile capabilities and factories and manufacture, et cetera, every night. You're not. I don't know. You're hitting something, because, I mean, we can literally hit any target on the surface we want to. I don't think there's anything that Iran can stop us from hitting. And actually, I was looking at one of the tallies where I think it's Dropsite News has done a compilation of all the targets that we've hit. And it's everything in the world, to include, and I don't know if this is an accident or what, but a children's hospital that had to be evacuated. 200 patients had to be evacuated from it.
Insane.
There's been schools hit. There has been civilian infrastructure hit, stuff that's not, you can't even claim it's dual use, and then lots of other military targets as well. So it's kind of like we're just looking for stuff to shoot at. That's what we're doing. None of this stuff, as I keep telling you, when have you seen any imagery that we've hit one of these? There's 30 some odd at least around the country. There may be more, but there's at least 30. One in each province throughout Iran. That is where their control comes from. That is where their threats to attack Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, you name it, and all the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. That's where their power comes from. Until you take this out, you don't even get to start the conversation. So why are we shooting everything except that? Now, of course, I can see why we're not shooting that.
Hey, Zeppa.
It's just like saying, hey,
gotta attack the mountain, brother.
because you're just shooting it at a mountain. You're just rocks. You're not doing anything, not causing you damage. So, well, we don't want that because what good would that do? Can you imagine the video that you're seeing right now? Can you imagine it?
Hang on a minute. I'm sorry. I was just looking for stuff. I was looking for something and I couldn't find it. Classic South African move over here. Classic South African move.
Nothing to lose.
Hello, my name is Neil Blomkamp. Now I've made an AR movie. The thing is that everyone's just a little bit racist. Like my movie Chappie. Is a bit racist in that movie, huh?
A friend came to see me. He was on the rescue that night. He told me she was alive when they pulled her out of that cockpit. Well, I can tell you with certainty that your friend is mistaken. Nate, what's really going on?
This is about the fact that my wife didn't die the way you all say she did. That's what this is about!
That's the problem.
Not Born is the first full-test AR film I have made. It is made using Sudance 2.0. I've been experimenting with AR for a couple of years and is not at the point where I want to tackle the full feature in this format. Sorry, I can't do the fucking South African. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. This is a 13-minute test start. Chat, this guy made one good film and it was called District 9. He made one good film. It was called District 9. That's it. You want to watch that? Give it a go. Yeah, I really like how the mouths feel wrong as they speak. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good stuff. It's so insane. I just don't understand why people, in an age, yeah, where there's some genuinely really good cinema coming out of things like YouTubers who have been working their ass off for years to make good content on a platform that steals your content and trying to make money on that content. There's people who are making films like that, and the films are ending up being very good. And there are also other classic directors who are doing stuff that is very good, and they don't use AI. What's the one that I was thinking of that I watched? Denis Villeneuve making Dune. Very, very good. You need to prep your accent by saying, you can buy what one on my website. Yeah, are you enjoying that pronunciation, Red Bear? Denis Villeneuve. Sorry. Would you rather I just said Villeneuve? Project Hail Mary had practical effects. There you go. Yeah. Look, you know, this is the kind of people who are making AI movies are The Asylum. Yeah? So the new Asylum films, because obviously they crank these fuckers out. You know The Asylum, the people who did like Sharknado and all that crap. Yeah, all that rubbish, like films that are like, oh, these are designed to be really bad. And the funny thing is that they're made to be bad and you won't enjoy them. But then you watch it and they are bad and you don't enjoy them and it's bad. The only people who are doing AI like that are those guys. Like they're going full, they don't even give a shit. They're just like, yeah, we're doing AI, we're making bad AI art, whatever, don't give a shit. It's not art, obviously, but they're just doing it. And obviously it all just looks terrible. They did their version of The Odyssey that's already out, even though The Odyssey's only been out for a week. Christopher Nolan's new film, The Odyssey, right? Apparently that's very good as well. I'm not a Nolan guy, but apparently Odyssey is good, and I think I want to see it.
It's seeing.
But
like, here's
anyway, why would you do this? Why would you come out and just be like, I have decided to do AI. I have decided to do artist apartheid. The thing about artists, you see, really, is that they don't really deserve any rights because we're providing the information for them. All they do is steal money from me. Anyway. I had someone trying to get me to watch a Silmarillion AI video. My guy just read the book. Here's the thing about AI. AI would read the Silmarillion and not understand it. It wouldn't understand it. No one, no thing can understand AI. Can understand the Silmarillion. You just can't. You can't do it.
And here comes a missile. We blew it up, and then the mountain's still there. The mountain hasn't changed.
You know how a parent tells their kid to stop making funny faces, otherwise their face will be stuck that way? I'm about to tell you the same, but with this accent. You will all be forced to love my bad South African accent. If too many South Africans around here. Obviously, white South Africans those are the guys I'm taking the piss out of. Just to be clear, right? Just to be clear. Particularly the ones from the 80s, but there's a big layover. A lot of them are still like that. I don't know if you've seen any documentaries on South Africa recently. The plot of the farmer. You need to understand the plot of the farmer in South Africa. You see, apartheid never ended. It just turned it onto the whites. Sorry, I just find it too funny. I find it really funny. I'll tell you another thing. The reason I'm doing it is because I saw this. I was, I had like a date with this person, and her parents are South African, and I don't know what it is. I've got some kind of brain disease. As soon as she said it, all I wanted to do is say, "Are they a little bit racist?" I just really wanted to say it, and I've been doing really well, really, really well. Just not doing it, not even making a joke about it. I tried really hard because sometimes you like every now and then mention a parents that I'd just be like laughing. And I'm like, oh, I gotta think of an excuse as to why I'm laughing. I can't say I think that your parents are funny racist like South Africaners. Oh my God. Whenever you meet a white South African in the UK, ask them what year they came and they start off with 1990. It's an immediate, oh, you're that white South African. Yeah, exactly.
There's no damage that can be visibly done because it's a mountain, and all the stuff is, well, as you see, way
So just had to let it out on you, chat. I'm sorry about that.
Ground. So that's why we haven't done
Had to let it all out on the chat.
We're not doing anything. So when President Trump says, yes, we're going to avenge our troops and whatever you've done to us. What was it? He said many times over. You're going to pay many times over. So now I don't know. Maybe now they're going to go after softer targets that are going to cause more casualties, because up to this point it has been facilities and capabilities like a communications tower, the one that was used by I think Bandar Abbas.
I don't know if that's true.
Where they were using it to control maritime traffic in the strait, et cetera. We knocked that out. Well, now maybe he's going to go after personnel because he's saying, oh, yeah, you killed our guys. We're going after yours. Here's the thing. We already did that. It was last week. One of the shots that we had killed 8 Iranian soldiers. And of course, we could care less. That doesn't even faze us. We don't even think twice about that. But the Iranian side does. And the same thing that President Trump here, when he's so angry and how dare they do that, they're human beings. We're all human beings. Every one of us. It doesn't mean you can have different cultures, different languages, different life experiences, etc. But you're ultimately the same human beings, and we have the same emotions, we have the same hatreds, we have the same desire for revenge, we have the same desire for justice. So all the things that we're feeling because of these American soldiers that got killed, they're feeling the same way on their side, except it's more because also their leader has been assassinated. You saw how President Trump went crazy when he said these orders he gave, should he be assassinated, and you basically obliterate the country. They have the same feelings. And when we assassinated their leader, we assassinated his granddaughter. We assassinated, if I'm not mistaken, the wife of his son, which is now the supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei. So there's a lot. And then, of course, don't forget those 180 some odd school kids and teachers that were killed on the opening rounds of the war. None of that has been forgotten in Iran. So when they hear us saying we're going to, produce many times over and vengeance many times over, they're like going, yeah, we've been saying the same thing. That's what we do. And every time it happens, you just get this tit for tat for tit for this, for that, the other thing. And
do you suppose we could convert Danny into a comrade? I think you could easily convert most people into a comrade if you just spend a little bit of time with them and a bit of patience. And especially if you're white and you're talking to another white guy like this. There are so many ways that you could plant the seed. What does Daniel Davis care about? He cares about the military. He already understands that the US empire is doing insane stuff. And he shouldn't be doing this. This is a guy that was in Iraq. He is like, do you know what, chat? You know what the crazy thing about Daniel Davis is, right? Daniel Davis is the anti-Plattner. He is the anti-Plattner. He is a guy that went to Iraq, right? And was like, that was pretty bad. Not sure I was a fan of that. A lot of civilians got killed. That's crazy. I think he was in the Gulf War, and then he was in Iraq. And then I think that was when he was a colonel. And then he's just been like in America since then or something. I don't know. I think he's worked in the military that long. But he clearly understands, yeah, the things that I did were bad. The things that we did were bad. We shouldn't be going to war with anyone. There's no threat to us at all. There's no threat to America from any of these people. So why are we concentrating our military on them, right? He's thinking about things from a very logistical, informed by experience perspective. And I think that's why he's the anti-Plattner, because he's out here and he's being very, very critical of Empire. Plattner was never critical of Empire. That's another thing about him that I've learned recently. And it's like, this guy didn't even though he said like, yeah, I loved it. I went back, and toured 3 times in Iraq. I just had to kill more children, right? And then, he didn't even like denounce it or anything like that. I think I already knew that, but like I remember hearing about it recently and just thinking like, this guy wasn't even critical of the way that the US did anything or anything like that. He was just like, yeah, I got to kill more brown kids, sick. Daniel Davis is clearly not that. He's the anti-Plattner, right? He's the anti-Plattner. Hello, Audra. How are you doing? Welcome in. Everybody, please go show some love to Audra Rains, an amazing streamer. You will enjoy your time in her chat, doing all kinds of stuff. How are you doing? He wants the US to shut down military bases all over the world. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, he is like, yeah, Empire is bad, actually. I think that with a guy like this, if you talk to him about these things that he cares about, and you say, okay, well, why does the US want to extract power and wealth? It wants to do that to maintain the petrodollar. That's what it uses its military bases all over the world to do in order to try and control the market, in order to try and control the world. And that's why it's the head of capitalism. It is quite literally the head of capitalism. And as soon as you explain why imperialism benefits capital, then you end up really getting into the weeds in that particular subject. With a guy like this, especially if you look like him, if you look like me, we can sit there and talk about this with this guy in this way. This is why it all comes down to the material reality of things. Why, what do you not like? What's the biggest thing that frustrates you in your life? And if it's like this guy and he's talking about the military and empire and all this, it's like, I don't think we should be doing all these forever wars, brother. Just start there. Just start there. When you plant a seed of communism in someone's brain, it starts a journey, a beginning. And, most of us will have had that beginning anyway when we were kids and we learned about it in school, because they do that in countries all over the world in the imperial courts to be like, oh, communism's bad and evil, actually. It looks really good on paper, but it never works. Anyway, the USSR, evil Russians, never talk about them. Stalin's Big Spoon, killed 100 guerrillian people. Pol Pot, he was a communist, yeah, don't look too much into that, but take our word for it, yeah. And you learn what the idea of communism is, because they always have to explain it. They say, oh, well, they thought that people shouldn't have to pay for food, but that's ridiculous. And when you're a kid, you're like, no, that sounds pretty good, actually. That actually sounds pretty good. It's like not pay for food, actually. Yeah, don't ask who funded Pol Pot. Colonel must be the rank where they kick out the competent and moral, yeah. On his wiki under personal life section, it's got, according to Davis, his favorite film is Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
And it's not accomplishing anything. And that's not the only thing. Yeah, that's the school building that got hit there. None of the people in Iran have forgotten about that at all. Meanwhile, this war continues to go on in the Gulf of the Strait of Hormuz itself. 2 more tankers have been taken out today and Monday from unknown origins off Oman. Guess who that probably wasn't? Doubt that was us. So that's continuing to go on. Meanwhile, when this monitor, this live tracker here, the maritime tracker, has said that over the past 3 days, 17th to 19th July, 30 confirmed crossings based.
I think most of these ex-military commentators still buy into the Stalin was a monster narrative. You can't go in trying to talk to a guy like this about Stalin. You can't be doing that. I don't think that you could ever expect a guy like this to think that Stalin was a good guy, but you can still make him a comrade. You don't need to think that Stalin was fine and like the things that people said about him were bad and wrong and lies to be a comrade, right? You can still go, okay, yeah, well, we should have dual power, we should have union power, we should have tenant union power, black power, feminist power, all this stuff. We should have all these things, and all these structures should lead us to a peaceful revolution, right? In an ideal world. I think you can have all that. I think you can have the theory and the praxis all together. You can't go in it like, I think this is where people like can fall down in this stuff. You just can't get too, into the weeds of like, yeah, everything they said about Stalin is like wrong. You kind of start to sound like an Always Sunny character, right? I know that sounds ridiculous, but you kind of start to sound like Mac or Charlie or something, and it's like, people, you just speak your mind and just like, you're getting across your own point that's personal to you, and it's like, it's a big thing for a lot of us, right? Realizing that Stalin was lied about a lot and all this kind of business, yeah? So, I get why people are attached to that, but you gotta let go of shit like that. You gotta let go of these people in the past and stuff. That doesn't matter. That could come fucking later. That could totally come fucking later. And people can still start the work to do this stuff. There's no way I didn't ask the teacher once when we were looking at the feudalism triangle diagram, how was that different from capitalism? Yeah, exactly. It was just an evolved version of capitalism. Not massively, but just, yeah, the same essentially. Hey, Baldwin, how you doing? Good to see you. My ex's 8-year-old son thinks he invented communism because he thought about it and decided it was the best option for the world. Legend. I mean, most humans just come up with communism anyway when they're hungry. They're just like, I wish I could just have food here now. And I didn't have to do anything for it. Most people are communist. Like, naturally. Naturally that, right? Yeah, you're gonna be unpacking that shit for a while. Yeah. This is yeah. This is the sad reality. But eventually that will change.
On Kepler data,
it's part of the work. This is the tree that we will never sit under the shade of, comrades. This is the change that we have to be in the world. We have to be the old man planting the seed of the tree that we will never sit under the shade of. Yes? It's all stuff that may or may not happen in our lifetime.
Either dark crossings or via the main Iranian route. So that means either they've turned off their tankers or their transponders, but they're still...
That's right, Audra. Once you realize earning a living doesn't make sense, when you didn't ask to be here, your journey begins. Correct. One day you're just here. Then you got to pay rent. The fuck is that about? Call myself a socialist after leaving the church. I didn't dive in for too many years. Later to theory and history. Yeah, absolutely. Most people understand that the main tenets. It's like, yeah, rent is bad. It's bad that we have to pay for food. It's bad that people don't get paid that well at work. It's bad that people get sick and they can't afford to pay for the healthcare. They can't afford. They don't have insurance. So they don't get healthcare. People just get it. People just get it.
For traffic through radar and
all these things are unfair, and people know they're unfair.
So people can have pretty good idea what does and doesn't cross.
Bullshit jobs.
They're saying there's only been 30 in 3 days instead of the somewhere between 100 and 140, which was the pre-war period. That is not going to help us out any, folks. That's not going to do anything for us at all. But so basically, we're back to it. The strait is closed, and now you see, at least the claim and the threat is that the Bab el-Mandab is going to be added to that.
What's Trump been tweeting about other than this? Let's have a look. Here we go. The World Cup turned out to be a spectacular success. I want to thank all of those involved, but in particular our great law enforcement. The respect that everyone has for them, together with the love of our country, kept this great championship the safest and most spectacular World Cup in history by far. Thank you also to all others involved, and in particular to young and dynamic Andrew Giuliani, working for the government of the United States of America, and the fantastic president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. keeping on a job well done. Few people will ever be able to accomplish what he has done in elevating the World Cup to a level that nobody thought was possible. Congratulations to all, President Donald J. Trump. No congratulations to the Spanish team for winning, I see. God, that's petty as hell. That's petty as hell. You know, if Argentina would have won, he would have been talking about the great state of Argentina won the World Cup. Javier Milei, he's one of my best. I put him there, you know. He'd just start saying stuff like that. He'd just be like, I put him there. I put him there. I did it. We rigged the election. We did everything. We killed people. We killed many people. We took out trade union leaders. Everything. We did it. We did it all. We bombed the headquarters of the unions. We killed them all. And we put Milei there. It all happened. I did it. He'll just start saying it. Like, he'll just, it's all just going to slip out. Anyway, there you go. That's what he's been saying.
Global energy is going to be a real problem.
Yes, it's not like we could go back to subsistence living without land. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Most people get it. Like, here's the thing that I used to think when I was a kid. I used to think, first and foremost, the thing that I wanted to be more than anything when I was a kid was a veterinarian. I loved small, cute animals. I wanted to make sure that they didn't suffer and die. Yeah, I loved that. Always been absolutely obsessed with animals. Love them to bits. So cute, etc. You know, wanted to look after them. And then sort of changed a bit, and I was thinking, what would be like something that I could do, you know, because they start asking you at school, and then you have to start thinking about it properly, and you're like, okay, well, that'll take ages to study for. Maybe I don't want to study for it. People say, oh, you don't want to spend all that time studying, you should be working. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, what can I do that just like benefits the society? And then I started thinking like, well, people need food, so maybe I should be a farmer. And I genuinely thought like I should be a farmer or be someone that picks crops or whatever, like harvests crops or sows and plants them or whatever. I genuinely thought like I should be a farmer for a good 3 years before I was like, nah, fuck that, I'm going to be a rock star, when ego took over, right? But I think that this is a normal thing that people have. People think, and you know, it's informed by the information that we get from the outside world, and we go, oh, well, you know, cops look after people, so I should be a cop. That's why people think that, right? Because we get that propaganda, yeah. So you might get some people who say, oh, I want to be a police officer, but they're kids, so they're saying it for the right reason. They think that there is a world out there where everyone is just going to rape and murder everybody, and these people are evil and dangerous, they need to be destroyed. That's how you stop that from happening, and obviously they're wrong. But yeah, farmers are born here. It's not a career you could choose. Well, that's the reality here in the UK as well. Except if you just like start digging some ground and planting stuff, doing some anarcho farming, some anarcho communist farming, you know, strategic tactical farms. What do they call it? Affinity group tactical farm deployment. I decided I want to be a programmer at age 6, and well, cursed wishes, I guess. It's a shit job. Yeah, I mean, like, that's another thing, right? You say that you want to be a programmer because you're like, oh, I could program the next machine to stop cancer or something. That's what you think when you're a kid, because you're like, yeah, I want to help people, you know? I went from physicist to mental health nurse. Yeah. Most people want to be someone that benefits society in some way. Even when I was in ego mode, I don't think I would have sat there and gone, yeah, I want to be a Twitch streamer. But here I am. I'm live on Twitch covering the news, and
it's going to start to get more
doing analysis and whatnot.
Said on the June 17th,
ridiculous.
He signed the MOU. He knew that we were potentially facing a depression.
Need multiple millions of dollars to start a decent farm around here. Yeah, for sure.
Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Yeah, and that's where it comes down to, right? As soon as you come up against that barrier, you go, oh, there's some kind of institution here that I don't understand. There's some kind of system here that I don't understand where you just can't have a farm because you don't have the land. Why don't we have the land? You can't afford it. No one can afford it. People stole it, and now they're trying to sell it back to us.
And this, let's see, I think I still have that one up here. I do. This is the latest one. It shows that it's down to 316 million barrels, and that's down from 319 the week before. This is as of the 10th. So they're a little bit behind on their reporting from the EIA. But that is where so we're continuing to drop that down. Now, just imagine now that the strait is completely shut down, and the Bab al-Mandab adds to it. You can
Bab
imagine
al-Mandab.
either we're going to stop taking out of our strategic petroleum reserves, and then therefore the global supply is going to go down. Because I understand that most of the time when we say we're drawing down our strategic petroleum reserve, we're not using it because we already make enough for ourselves. We're exporting that. So we're exporting more than normal because of to try to keep a lid on the price of oil. President Trump is focused on the short term and the
managed to fix one of the landlord's smoke detectors. That's their job. What the fuck?
Really, you can say the myopic right in front of your nose term of keeping the price of gasoline down, thinking that's going to help something, but because the fundamentals for after that.
Why are you fixing stuff for a landlord? I was too lazy to text her. You were too lazy to text her, but you broke open the smoke detector and you fixed it yourself.
That runs out, don't exist.
You need to get your local tenant union on the go, Morrigan.
He's building deeper problems for us later on.
They will blame you for breaking it if it breaks again. Don't tell them that you've done it. Do not tell your landlord that you touched that smoke detector. Just act surprised when she comes around and goes, "Oh, it's fixed." Just go, "Oh, crazy."
Could have been avoided.
Serious.
So I
gotta get your landlord to do shit like that.
$82 a gallon. Last I saw, $82 a barrel. So it's up a little bit, still not that much. Now I expected there to be more movement from the Bab al-Mandab, but once that if they start,
it's only been 2 hours. It was only 2 hours, Daniel.
Show that the transit stops, then you can expect that number to go up higher too. Then the question is, are we going to draw down our SPR faster? Are we going to stop doing it? Because now we're into the danger zone. We're into stuff that primarily is to keep the fields themselves operating, and also American military emergency supplies that have been preserved historically. And you see that there's no good answers here. Whichever way he goes, it's going to be bad for America. That's the situation we're in. Well, let's take a look at what President Trump is also saying here, because there's a number of things that are problematic. And now, as he's going to be answering some of these questions here, one's in front of a tarmac that was yesterday where he's about to go somewhere. And one of the questions, the first one we're going to show you, kind of annoyed him because they said, "Oh, by the way,
has Andy Burnham fixed everything yet?" No. We're going to get into that in a bit.
You know, when this thing started, you said it would be between 4 and 5 weeks, because that's exactly what he said. Here's how he said at the start of the war it would be
4 or 5 weeks. Well, you keep hitting me. This is a far bigger job that we're doing. We were doing a little job.
You keep hitting me with this. It's too much of a hard question.
Stopping them from having a certain capability. Now we're just ending it. So it's really not the same thing. What we're doing now is we're ending any chance where they can have a nuclear missile. If you look at it, after a week and a half, not 4 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks, we stopped them from probably, but I don't want to have the word probably. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. No more questions, because I can't even answer the ones before. What do you mean this is a bigger job?
Well, you're using my words against me. That's illegal. We're going to make that illegal.
And you knew it. See, it's one thing is if you thought, hey, this had a pretty good chance of success and it just didn't go our way. That sometimes happens in international affairs. You may have the best plan in the world based on a dynamic and chaotic situation, and there may be a plausible path to succeed, and it just didn't, because the other side proved more formidable than you thought, or they brought in some new capability, or their resources were whatever. Something that's happens in human affairs, because it's not just one person doing something. But when you knew that it was too big for our capabilities, and you were told it was too big for our capabilities, that we were not going to have the regime collapse because of the assassination of the supreme leader, that they were not going to be able to just eliminate.
I got asked by a friend by my view on Burnham earlier. He meant Andy, but he said Bo Burnham. Wait, do you mean you thought he said Bo Burnham?
Their nuclear stockpiles, and especially the reprocessed materials, that they were never going to give it up. And that if you attack the country, the likelihood is that instead of the people rising up against it, they're going to coalesce around it. All of those things that we knew. We were told he was told militarily that we don't have the capacity with bombing only to defeat Iran. Bombing is not going to spawn the fall of the government, and it's not going to be enough to defeat the military.
I opened it up because I mostly wanted to jerry-rig my own door alarm. Now, the only reason I'm saying this, Morrigan, is because This is your first flat, and we know this because you told us this, and it's very good and exciting when you're in your first flat, but you have to remember it's not yours, right? When you rent a flat, it should be, but you have to remember the landlord is gonna be pissed if they find any shit out about that, right? And then, boom, you're evicted. I don't know what the laws are in your local area, but listen, I don't care what you do. Join your local tenants union. Find your local tenants union, right? It's natural. I know. I'm not having to go at you and saying like, oh, you should be more patient or like, you know your place, your landlord owns your property and stuff like that. I'm just saying in terms of like, you could get yourself in trouble. You could lose your flat. You know, that's gonna piss you off way more than it's gonna piss you off asking the landlord to do a thing for you, right? You know, it's all shit. It's all fucking shit. But get in touch with your local tenant union, join, because you know you will need their support at some stage or other in being a renter. And I'm just saying that from experience. But yeah,
military of the government
care about you
can't, for all the reasons we've told you a bunch of times. He knew that, and now then when he's asked about it, he said, "Oh well, it was a lot tougher, but you know, whatever, we're going to figure it out." No, we're not going to figure it out. He's not going to figure it out because there's nothing to figure out.
Oh, chat, by the way, I have been live streaming for 2 hours, and you can see because of the tip goal, missing a couple of days means that we are a little way off the halfway point for the month. If we could get to the halfway point for the month, which is like £495 or something like that, I think. If we could get there over the next couple of days, that would be ideal. But yeah, just remember, £5 each. That's all I ask for. If you have the funds to donate, I would appreciate if you could do that. Please consider doing that. This is my only job. I'm going to get kicked off Universal Credit in October. And thank you very much, Song of Ashley, with the £10.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass.
Taking us to £422. Thank you very, very much. Stoner Gamers 420 Blaze It. Yeah? That's what it is, right? Thank you very much, Song of Ashley. Thank you for someone off Twitch and supporting the stream. And if we wanted to get to £495, that just means that we would need an extra £73. So 7 people donating £10 each, 40 people donating £5 each. If you can do it, hit the tip link in the chat. Help me pay my bills, my rent, and all that kind of business. Look after Melpo, yada, yada, yada. You know the drill by this point. If you can't afford to, don't worry. Hit the promo, go live, tweet, go live, post on Blue Sky, retweet, repost, and you will attract more people to the stream.
The other side now has exposed that you can't, whether anybody told him or not, now it's exposed, you can't militarily defeat Iran from the air only. And there's a big issue, even bigger than that.
I think it's a month notice to evict me. That's plenty of time for me to find a new place. Where do you live? You just got like empty fucking flats all over the fucking shop? What the hell? What? You think a month is enough time?
That, and that is in our weapons.
First of all, a month is not plenty of time for anybody to find a new place. Second of all, even if you've got empty flats going all, fucking everywhere, people can outbid you for it. I don't know what the laws are in Canada. A month is not enough time. A month is not enough time.
Stockpiles. It's been on the news quite a bit here lately. That
one of the biggest things in the renters reform bill in the UK, right, is I didn't mean to make you feel tilted. No, I'm not angry or any. I'm just concerned. Genuinely concerned. You have very kind parents. So what you're saying is that you'll just be able to move back to yours and it's fine. That's fine if you can move back to your parents and what have you. But yeah, no, obviously, like, you know, a month is just not enough time to find a gaff. It's just not enough time to find a gaff. One of the main demands in the renters reform bill was to give more notice to people trying to find somewhere to live. And that's why all those kinds of times and time frames of stuff happening have changed over the renters reform bill in the UK, because we fought for that for fucking ages. And yeah, you gotta make sure that, like, you know, you understand like the ramifications of this stuff in terms of like, oh my god, you know, you're like, oh, a month is plenty of time, but like, you don't know what's gonna happen in that month. You might get sacked. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Oh, this is the kind of shit that happens, right? But if you are saying you're fine and your parents are going to look after you, then that's great, right? Do you know what I mean? Newell and myself are speaking for the perspective of we can't just move back in, so we got to protect us. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the reality, yeah.
Is going lower and lower. And this is what I've been screaming every time we talk about this practically. Now it's in the paper. I think the CSIS, Gary, if you can toss that one up there, the CSIS has said, look, here's how long it takes to make some of the key weapon systems. The SM-3 and the THAADs, 28 million and 50 million.
Yeah, you got to think about that as well. That's another thing what Trunks is saying. And I think Trunks is in Canada. Are you in Canada? Do they do that in Canada? They blacklist tenants and say, don't let a property to these people. Yeah,
incredible amount of time it takes to make these missiles. 64 months, 53 months for an SM-6, and then the JASSM, the Tomahawks, and then the Patriot. I think that PRS, I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure if that's the PAC-3. I'm not sure about that one. But I
mean, Morrigan, you've got to remember, I'm a housing activist. It's what I know the most about. Even in Canada, I have an idea of what your of what the renting situation is in Canada. What's that? It's tick the boxes: imperial core country, neoliberalism, capitalism, fucking landlord culture. Yeah, ticking all those boxes. I know what it's like.
All the rest of these are ones we talk about a lot.
So, housing is big on my...
Because that is an enormous amount of time.
Like I say to you, I'm private renting, but my situation is very lucky. I have lived in this same flat for 16 years, and, that's a rare thing. I only know one other person who has a situation like that, with, like, a decent rent that hasn't gone up and shit like that. For, like, 16 years, I only know of literally one other person who's had a similar situation to me in the entire Manchester, and I've been doing this for a long time, right? Where it's not like the family who's doing it for him, you know what I mean? And, that privilege has informed me. Because obviously it wasn't like this to begin with when I first left home. I've had Section 21s, I've had Section 8s, you know what I'm saying? So I know what it's like. I know the terror, I know the fucking fear and all this kind of business. It's not nice. So, I understand. For me, housing is number one, right? Did I clean my place fairly well before I have them fix something? Now, this is the nitty gritty that your local tenant union is going to be able to answer for you, right? Or just any Canadian tenant union. There's one called South Yorkshire Tenant Union, but obviously I don't know if that's in your city. I think that's, what is that, Toronto? Now you may be a bit paranoid. I mean, I'm sorry to have done that. But I would say, you do have to think about the consequences of this stuff in, like, renting a property. Landlords are bastards. We say it for a reason. They are just bastards. You could have the nicest landlord in the world, one like mine, right? In terms of, like, stay in the same place for a long time, rent doesn't go up, etc. Do I get anything fixed here? There's always a reason. There's always a reason why they're bastards. There's always a reason why they're bastards, and that's just it. It's just the nature of what it means to be a landlord. So you can't trust them. That's the key. That's the key thing. Just don't fucking trust them.
To go back and look through some of these, and it turns out that the description I got was, it's like making one of these missiles. They said it's not like a factory where you have you make Ford.
Yo, Anglo-Punk with the big fucking... Yo, check this out. Oh, my God. Let me just validate these links. That second link is dead. So, the Victoria Tenants Union, that one's not real. Toronto Tenants... It's from a list you made ages ago. You made it like 3 years ago. There you go. Haven't updated it. Yeah, great work. Like that. Yeah, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4 of those links work. Vancouverish. So here you go, Vancouver Tenant Union. Regroupement des comités logement et association de locataires du Québec. There you go. Manufacture contre logement cher à Québec et Montréal. 1er juillet 2026. You've missed that. The tenant union of, well, this is a coalition of tenants. It's the first manufacturing in history with Montreal and Quebec. All this kind of business. Oui, oui, bonjour, Monsieur Baguette. Apportez une baguette, un japon, ou juste toi. Problème de logement. Don't make me do the exaggerated. You see, the problem is that I love French. I love the French language. I'm not your standard Brit, right? I'm not your standard English gammon who's like, French, yeah, you're all just cheese and frogs. Like, I'm not like that. You know, I respect the French to a degree. Yeah. Especially comrades. Camarade. But there was this one French chef in the first place that I used to work at. And his accent just used to send me fucking silly. And he was always saying, actually, I think... Sorry, it's fucking so funny. But when I've done French accents before, as a joke, kind of say it in the way that he was like, that he was speaking. No, not every French person has a terrible accent. Like, I've met loads of French people, even if they speak English, it sounds really good. But like, I love the French language and the French accent and stuff. But just this one guy, when he like was saying that, like, actually, I think we are wrong about this. I think, oh man, and he used to say that shit all the time. He was also just an annoying person, right? And he's just like stuck in my head as this like caricature. Like, French and a chef is crazy. You know? French and a chef is crazy. And it just stuck in my head. Last time I went on holiday to France with my folks, that made us drive 2 hours out of the way back to the ferry to stop at the site of Agincourt just so we could flip the V's in the field and have a photo taken. That is wild. That is high-grade gammon behavior. Remember Agincourt when we won? You didn't get our fingers, dickhead. Insane. Absolutely insane. Who gives a fuck about that? Who gives a fuck about that? Land title search. I would in fact like to know more about my landlord. There you go. There you go. Morrigan, there you go. I don't know if this is the right one that you're on, but there you are. Totally on point for him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry that this is what it's like for you.
Or whatever. And
all right. We've helped out a chatter. That feels good. We've done our good deed for the day, chat. Morrigan knows her tenant union, local tenant union. Let's get back to the crap.
Line, you just keep putting the pieces on or whatever, and they just pop off on the other end. They said it's not like that. They said it's basically like making a small rocket by hand, and every piece has to go onto it together. And you have issues with
traveling to the Catalan fields to flip off the Romans.
100 different vendors. You have to get everything, so everything's got to be coordinated and organized. All of these kinds of things. So when
no, that was very helpful, Anglo-Punk. Thank you very much. Good stuff.
Expand, and we talk a lot about the Pack 3s. We want to expand our capabilities from 620 to like 3,000 or 2,000, some huge number like that per year. What
else has Trump been up to? What else has he been up to? What is going on here? He got like a golden shovel. He is literally shovel yourself out of the shit. from Twin Peaks, The Return. It's Professor What's-His-Face, the therapist of Laura Palmer. What's his name? He has the two-tone glasses. I can't remember his fucking name. What's that character's name? He's a Hawaii Orientalist. He loves surfing, Hawaiian shirts. Oh my god, the name is on the tip of my tongue. The name is on the tip of my tongue. Oh my god. Fuck, what is his name? It's Doctor. It's not Professor. It's Doctor? Jacoby! Full points for Ninny161 in the chat. Let's go. Well done. Yes, Dr. Jacoby. Yes, that guy. And he does the I'm shoveling myself out of the shit. Let's get that clip. This is so good.
Friends?
Gonna have to lose you, VOD watchers. Sorry. What he's got? That's what Trump's holding here. Where is it? Oh my god, there. Got the golden shovel. Shovel yourself out of the shit. I got a whole more. I got a whole bunch more to add to that list for you, Anglo-Punk. There's at least another 5 in the UK nowadays. You should tweet this. What am I tweeting? You should watch Twin Peaks, or this is he's got the Dr. Amp. He's got the Dr. Amp shovel. You're right. I should tweet this. I'm gonna do that. Oh fuck, where's the picture gone? Oh, I lost the picture. Chat, lost the picture. Shit. Right, well, let me screenshot this. So I got that saved. Right, screenshotted that. And I can save that. That could be one part of the tweet, yeah? That's how that goes, yeah? Part 1 there. Okay, and now I've just got to find Trump's fucking post again.
By the way, isn't really all that big, but that's the aspiration. You can see it is incredibly difficult to do, and
I will. I'll send them across to you, yeah.
Do it. Because it's not just a matter of making factories. It's also a matter of getting all of the additional resources and all of the other components that go into making these things, and getting rocket scientists to work. You don't just go down to...
First big one that's missing is, I would say, Katu from Northern Ireland. Katu does the whole of Ireland, but they operate in Northern Ireland because they, you know, because they're based. So, yeah.
Local.
Hey, Mama B. Yeah, I had a great long weekend. Thanks very much. It's good to see you. Good to see everybody.
To make some missiles. It doesn't work that way. You have to have highly trained, skilled people, because everything is incredibly finely tuned and nuanced. In the
got that on the island in your list. I like that. Yes, you're right. It's not technically Great Britain. Very true. It's literally not Great Britain.
Everything in the world.
It's only technically Great Britain, yes.
You can imagine micro radars, everything that's necessary, because it's basically you have to fire make a rocket that can hit a bullet in midair traveling at Mach 5. And you can just imagine how incredibly sensitive that device is. That's why it takes so long for all of these to do. So we can't replace these things in any time short. That's why when we said 3 years the other day, just to replace what was lost, that may be an underestimate. It probably is a lot longer than that. And we're at 9 straight days where we've been hitting tit for tat and going back and forth. And
that's great, Anglo-Punk. Love that.
Nothing's been happening. And
yeah, exactly. All those missiles require rare earth minerals that we can't get from China. We can't produce them either. Correct. Absolutely. And again, this is where Trump falls down in his attempt to want to Turkify the United States, because in order to have a good military hardware production industry, you need to have that controlled by the state. But he is beholden to capital, so he will not do that. This is where that idea comes up against it, you know? And it struggles. Now, I don't know if Turkey has a state-owned weapons industry. I imagine what Turkey does is they are more restrictive in terms of their weapons industry from a state level? Probably. Because you just don't really accumulate the military that Turkey has got without doing something like that. So there's probably some kind of restrictions. It's probably more about, trade in a sort of very well thought out way that I can't think out now because I'm struggling to think about how to say this even. They're probably doing it in a more sustainable and less expensive way. In some fashion, because you just kind of can't really get... Again, we're talking about the United States of America, in theory, should be able to produce millions of rockets every year, but it isn't doing that because Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin and all the rest of them are just actually there like, yeah, you gotta pay us $1 million each! Or even $1 billion! Or maybe $12 billion, and the price is going up next year. What's that? You want us to build more factories? Yeah, great. That's great. Give us some free land. Give us some subsidies. It's just going to be that.
We keep going down lower.
So
we keep getting rid of these missiles that we're needing here. So when you hear, and I'm going to show you Jack Keane here in a second. Actually, no, let me go to that one. Gary, let's go to the first one here because Jack.
That sounds like a great first message, Morrigan. Crazy General soundbite incoming.
Is that in the time that...
Oh, it's this guy, Jack Keane.
We've been conducting a diplomatic effort, that we've come to full magazine depth again, and the Israelis are at full magazine depth as well. That is what I know. I think we've got to ask the administration about it. I'm confident we can execute the mission the president has given us in front of us. And the reason why I say that is because we're fully prepared to go back to major combat operations, which would be 2 weeks with a different set of targets than what we're pursuing right now, along with the Israelis. And if we're prepared to do that, where the targets are considerably more exhaustive than what we're dealing with the Straits of Hormuz, I think we're in good shape.
Okay,
You got the classic combo there. Fox News, retired general. I think we could do this. No stakes in the game whatsoever, just full love for the Empire. Full magazine depth means we could go full force for about 2 to 3 days, but we're smoked by the end of it. Correct. Yes, that's probably the reality of it. Straits of Hormuz? That's how it's evolving, isn't it? Yeah. US is now destroying the only Jarrah forest in the world to get gallium from local bauxite mine, and it still takes a couple of years to build a processing plant. The rare earth ban has been a nightmare in my area. The only Jarrah forest. Eucalyptus marginata, the eucalyptus tree. Or a eucalyptus tree. Western Australia's eucalypt forests. Ah, bro. We can't let him do this, Doug. We can't let him do this. Gotta stop. Gotta stop. Pokemon Pokopia has done more for me, chat, to make me think about climate collapse and nature preservation than any other piece of propaganda possible. There are going to be kids growing up playing that game who in 10 years' time, I swear to God, are going to be shutting down fossil fuel power plants. They're going to travel all over the world to make this happen because they played Pokemon Pokopia and they were like, oh, what? If there's no trees, everyone dies? Shit! It's fucking crazy, man. I love that game so much. It's great.
I was
what a great game.
We went on the air when I saw this video clip.
No Pokemon?
There, I just almost lost it.
No food?
We're in pretty good shape. Are you kidding?
And the humans are just gonna move to Mars? What the fuck? That's literally a storyline in the game, by the way. Spoilers if you've not played Pokemon Pokopia, but you have to know. It's not a big part of the story. It's not really about the story, to be honest, but the humans fucked up the planet and then fucked off to Mars and left the Pokemon there. And then you, as Pokemon, rebuild the world together. The animals rebuild the world without the humans. It's a great game. It's a great game. It's a great game. You gotta get, if you could get it, if you could get your hands on it, even if you can borrow it, even if you can borrow someone's Switch 2, just say, I will fucking, I don't know, whatever you're willing to do. Whatever you're willing to do to borrow that Switch 2 and play Pokopia for a bit. Just play it for 20 hours. Oh my God.
Kidding me?
Great game.
What planet are you living on? Look, you can convince Fox News viewers all day long. People watch this. You're a general, retired general. You've been on there all the time. They always talk to you in the most reverential terms, and they believe anything you say. Okay, great. So you've deceived millions of American viewers every day. Congratulations. What does that do for the war? Because let me tell you who it doesn't fool. It doesn't fool the Iranians, because they're on the receiving end of these, and they see what they can do and what they can't.
If a Ditto transforms into a human, can they lay a human egg, or are humans too no longer Pokemon to be laid as eggs? Is that the in-universe origin of humans in Pokemon? Nuclear Slayer. You're shitting me now. Humans in Pokemon lore. This is from 2 years ago. Are humans Pokemon, or are they their own thing? And if they are their own thing, why? Are humans aliens? Because as far as I'm aware, Pokemon have been around a lot longer than humans. So when did humans become a thing? Did they evolve from Pokemon? Wouldn't that make humans Pokemon? Any Pokemon that could breed lays an egg. So now I'm assuming humans in the Pokemon world do not lay eggs, even though it's never been confirmed or denied. Now I'm assuming humans in the Pokemon world do not lay eggs. Do not lay eggs. It would be really funny if the humans in the Pokemon universe laid eggs. Is that where all this comes from? This one Reddit comment. Humans are indeed Pokemon according to the Kanalav library. The same thing as us being animals. That's crazy. Okay, well, done a little bit of research there.
Do. They have their own intelligence capabilities, but they also can read. And when they see the Wall Street Journal,
so that means that humans can be caught in a Pokeball,
all of these stories,
which is
about
crazy.
How we're running low on all of these key weapon systems, and they can look at that CSIS list. They understand how long it takes to make these precision missiles, and they can say, okay, well, we also read that you burned through 45% of some of these. I think it was the JASMs, and some similar amount of the Tomahawk cruise missiles are absolute premier offensive missiles. We burned through like nearly half of them in the first 40 days. I don't know how many we've used in this current phase here in these last 9 days, and how many may be coming tonight. But you saw in that graphic that was shown a minute ago when Jack King was talking, you saw a lot of the videos where there were Tomahawks being loaded onto aircraft. So apparently that is what they're still using even to this day. So they're taking that stockpile lower. And it will not be, understand this, it will not be replaced in a time frame that has to do with this war. We haven't even stopped shooting them right now, much less replacing anything. And if it takes that long for a single small rocket to be built basically by hand, you're not going to get. So if you use them up in it, what happens, General Keane? You say we're in good shape. We have to go 2 weeks. Where did that nonsensical number come from? Let's talk about that for a second. You saw President Trump just get dinged because he said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks earlier on, and that turned out to be nonsense. And now here Jack Keane is doubling down on the lie by saying, yeah, well, we were 6 weeks, but if we only needed 2 more, we could have won the whole thing. We shouldn't have stopped. That's what he said. So now he's saying, you know what? Now we'll just go back to that. We'll just go back. We got the magazine depth, and magazine depth, by the way, for those who may not know, that's what they call the stockpiles of weapons that the military uses. So they store their magazines. It's not unlike the magazine that you put on a rifle, whatever, that holds bullets, the magazines that hold the missiles and everything else. So that means basically we're full up on all of our ammo from our storage positions. So we've gotten them back from their original locations in the United States or elsewhere in Europe, et cetera. And now we've got them in wherever they're stored to fire, whether that's on the ships or wherever. But that doesn't do anything for you except for that's what's on the ship. So you can go through those in a couple of weeks. That's maybe that's where he got the number from. You can go through those in a couple of weeks. If you go back to all-out war, as he was mentioning there, you're going to burn through the rest of them really, really fast. And then what? You should not go to war unless you can sustain it, the daily rate, the necessary daily rate to engage in that war for an
I'll tell you what, as a Dollar General employee, Pokemon card buyers baffle me. Some people will buy everything in the store if we let them. Yeah, I've never really when I was a kid, I liked Pokemon cards because it was about catching them all. Very, very good marketing technique. Tell kids that you gotta catch them all and then make them all expensive. Separate. Even in the games, you had to buy multiple games. Wanted to have all of the Pokemon. Or you could trade with other people with the games, but did you know someone who had Pokemon as a kid that you would trade with as a friend? Not if you're in a poor neighborhood. But luckily for me, my mum also liked Pokemon. So she got Pokemon as well, and we traded with each other, which was very cute. But yeah, no. Very, 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 very clever marketing, Nintendo. You bastards.
Extended
you
period
bastards.
Of time. And you should calculate, can I sustain this war for a period of time that will outlast the opponent's ability to sustain their defensive and their counter-strike capability over a similar period? If they can, we'll just pick a number out of thin air. If they can do it for 40 months, then you better be able to go to like 50 months or something like that. But if whatever your number is, 3 months, what if they can go 4 months, then you're screwed. They can only go 4 months, but it's 1 month longer than you can. You're screwed because you can't defend yourself. And now that
he's right.
Operate out in the open because they don't even have to worry about it.
And you can see he's getting really angry about it from a position of his expression says to me, I kind of pride myself a little bit on being able to read people's faces. Obviously, that's not always possible, but I think that this guy is pissed off because he's pissed off from a logical standpoint, not just an ideological one. And he absolutely is sat there getting pissed off because he knows that this is just the stupidest decision of all time. He's annoyed because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, he's like frustrated. You can tell he's like frustratingly annoyed. Yeah. My nephew started getting into Pokemon. He's got a little Pokemon card collection going. It's so cute. He goes to an organizer and by type likes to show off his favorites. Get him Pokemon Pokopia. Turn him into an environmentalist. Now. We always want to, on the left, be like, no, we don't indoctrinate kids. It's the right wing that does that. No, it's time to indoctrinate kids. It's time to do it. We're doing it, Trump. We're doing it. We're doing it with Pokemon Pokopia.
Stuff coming in. They can come up out of these mountains and do all kinds of other things. Right now, they are just draining our stockpiles. I'm sure they don't like any of these strikes, especially when it kills some of their troops in Iran. But I think that on the strategic level, they're saying, bring it on. That's fine. Go ahead and do that because I know that your stockpiles are dwindling and they cannot be refilled in this time frame of this war. But they know what their stockpiles are. And they know what they have and how long it takes them to build missiles. Apparently, it's faster. But we do know that they have a significant number of them, but they don't have to use very many of them right now because they just keep them in these under these underground facilities. And now then they're taking a lot more use of these drones. And I showed you last week, even on our bases in broad daylight, some of these Garens are getting through and hitting the target. So, of course, if they can successfully fly a Garen into the teeth of the American military base, you better believe that they're going to keep doing those because those are something they can crank out in large numbers. And then they'll hold these better missiles and these more sophisticated missiles for the knockout blow, which could come later when we don't have anything. That's what we're facing right now. So when you hear Jack Keane saying that, just understand, just common sense. It's illogic what he's saying. President Trump also, Gary, will go.
Yeah. Use your sister influence. Yeah.
He also addressed this topic.
They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the strait. They don't control anything.
It's so funny. Oh, yes, chat. It's starting to be funny again. Oh, I'm so happy it's starting to be funny again. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This is just, it's just great entertainment for me. Great entertainment.
We did that in honor of the probably 3.
So they don't have anything. Kind of looks like they do. You see continuous severe waves from Iran, wave after wave.
Iran have apparently hit, again, with missiles, wave after wave after wave after wave. There's an electronic intifada video where they talk about it. And we're going to watch that later, possibly, maybe tomorrow, next week, not sure. I've got content for all week because I had like almost a week off.
Over the last 24 hours. You see, they continue to hit
the video
in the Gulf.
The video is literally called Iran missiles batter US bases 4 days ago. And this is stuff that John Elmer is going to have accumulated in the week when Iran had been firing again and again and again. So yes, we're going to be watching this at some point. Like I say, probably not today,
but the U.S. blockade. There's 20
at some point. At some point
of Oman. Did anything that tries to fly through that on the ship there that they don't authorize? You see that nothing has gone through. You said we're in control of the Strait of Hormuz. Does that look like we're in control of the Strait of Hormuz, folks? It looks to me like the Iranian side is in control of the Strait of Hormuz, because before the war that we started, the flow was between 100 and 140 ships per day transiting back and forth. No one was in control of it. No one needed to be. Everybody could freely flow in and out, no problem. Now there's 10, and most of those are going out on the Iranian side somehow. So it's way beyond embarrassing now, folks. It's alarming and dangerous, because this is the man that's making the decisions. We already know, we've had firsthand knowledge that he was told before this war started that from the intelligence community, from the military, it could not succeed. We can't just win a war from the bombing only. He ignored.
Yeah, but that's why it's really funny. See, this is where we split. This is where we split. Daniel Davis. This is where we split. This is where you and I ideologically differ. You find this embarrassing for your country. I, JD Pandan, love this. I'm destroying the US empire. I'm doing whatever I want. I'm a sleeper agent activated by China. and I am winning the war. Whatever, doesn't matter what you tell me. I am winning. We're winning. Are you sick of winning yet?
Them and went ahead anyway. And now then we had an MOU in place that would have allowed him to either just walk away and then get the strait back open and get the flow of oil back going, which would never have brought the Bab el-Mandab into play. And he threw that in the trash too. By adding a southern corridor into the Strait of Hormuz by the Omani side, which was in contradiction to the memorandum he himself had signed.
Yes.
Just within days.
Hey, Soph, how you doing? Happy Burnham Day to all those who celebrate. Hello, welcome in.
The works up.
Everybody, please go follow Sophie from Mars.
To be solved. I don't know. There's a lot of information I don't have, but what we do have doesn't make sense. What we do have does not fit the paradigm that we're trying to solve the war. And in fact, speaking of solving the war, another thing that just made me grit my teeth, speaking of Jack Keane, he said, you know what? Diplomacy just hasn't worked, and so why even bother with it?
What are we doing? We're doing what we could.
If this doesn't create the Emperor has no clothes moment, I don't know what will. Well, I don't know what you mean by an Emperor has no clothes moment, because I'm not familiar with the story behind that proverb. But as far as I understand, the Emperor has no clothes. I think that we're way past that. We're way past, yes, this is the Mad King who doesn't know what he's doing, who doesn't understand what's happening. You know what I mean? What is the plot behind him? I don't understand it. Yeah, the weird old Ironsides thing. I don't know what that is either. If what you mean is a class consciousness in America, like there is a class consciousness in America, you just don't hear about it, right? There are loads of people organizing in America. There are loads of tenant unions. There are loads of Yeah, oh right, yeah, for the masses. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so not necessarily organizing, just like people realizing shit, no one's at the helm. I think most people already do know. I think most people are already like, this is insane. Like, you know, the opinions that you hear on Fox News, the opinions that you hear on CNN, CBS, all of this stuff. I just don't think that that is the broad opinion. I think that people know that a lot of this is bullshit. You've only really got to listen to Trump speak, and people go, this is insane. What is he saying? You know? Yes, the revolution will not be televised. Yes. The 1st Armored Division, nicknamed Old Ironsides, the premier combined arms division of the U.S. Army. Right, okay. Yeah. It really black pills you on most journalism when you realize how nobody's talking about the organizers. Yeah. Even left-wing journalism will not talk about organizing. They will reference organizations. Like, for example, GMTU, the tenant union here in Manchester, has been in the news multiple times. In BBC, Sky News, interviews on BBC Radio 4, all this kind of stuff. But it's always presented as a local activist from Greater Manchester Tenants Union, and no one, you know, unless they're really interested in joining a tenant union or they have housing issues or whatever, you know, the audience, you know, misdirects it, you know, it doesn't quite get there or whatever, right? But like, you know, they're always introduced in that kind of way. Saw a group of almost all old people on the street corner with signs anti-war and anti-Trump, anti-ICE on my way home, getting my tattoo this morning. Yeah, nah, that's great. Like, there's a lot of people who are doing it, and even if they're just in the protest movement, like every inch towards people getting more left-wing is good. Every inch towards people recognizing their humanity more and recognizing the humanity of other people more is better. Rejecting their ego, rejecting their place in the machine. You know, that is what we can hope for in the Imperial Core. I think that has been my analysis for a long time. It's been Red Planet's analysis for a long time. It's been Sophie, mine and Tim's, and Kira when she was on the show. That the Imperial Core, organizing in the Imperial Core is going to be very difficult, but it should be seen as a rot in one of the major organs of the Imperial Core. You have the financial organ, you have the militaristic head organ, almost like the brains, which is America. You got various different countries fulfilling different things. Sophie, this is literally just got all this from Sophie, and our duty is to cause rot in those organs, you know? Start with rot, eat it to grow, like the mushrooms. Exactly. And yeah, it's just about encouraging that rot. It's about planting those seeds. It's about having conversations and shit like that. And, you know, in the end, we may get a reactionary proletariat revolution in countries like America and in countries like the UK. It could be a revolution of a reactionary nature, which is obviously not ideal. But in terms of having a dictatorship of the proletariat, it's a move forward, right? And other movements become more and more, you know, other dictatorships of the proletariat become more and more likely to achieve or accept the goals of various different marginalized people further on down the line, even if it's a bit more of a fight, even if there's a bit more of a struggle. Like Cuba, for example. Cuba is the great example of that. They had a revolution. They were putting queer people in camps. All of a sudden, less than 100 years later, you know, where were we up to? When did it happen? It was in like 2020 or something. So 60 years later. 60 years later, they have the most progressive laws around family, not just queer people. Family, the way that families are organized, what counts as a family, what is a family, the best, most progressive laws about trans people, to protect trans people, to give them healthcare, all this stuff, free gender reassignment by the state. It's all there, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the thing. You know, we may get a reactionary revolution in the countries that we're in, and that would make sense because we're in reactionary countries, right? The working class base of reactionaries in the Imperial Core is so astroturfed. I doubt we'll see reactionary dictatorship of the proletariat emerge in the Imperial Core. When I say reactionary, I don't mean particularly like reform, right? I don't, because you're right, those people don't exist. It would be pretty shocking if out of nowhere one of these George Galloway types managed to turn football lads socialist. I think that that's the thing, right? Is that football lads are already basically socialists. They don't need George Galloway to tell them that rent's expensive, right? And I think that, you know, they're going to struggle on other things. So I don't mean particularly reactionary in the sense that, like, I don't know, maybe not even like talking about the reactionary elements of Burkina Faso, right? For example, yeah, you know, Burkina Faso's reactionary elements. People love to be like, you see, you were all you tankies were praising the decolonialism, but now they want to put gays in prison, and it's like, this is something that's going to happen. It's regrettable and it's bad and it's shit, and you know, I'm not excusing it, but it's something that's going to happen, and it's not our place to, you know, discredit the revolution and the decolonial efforts because of these problems that they're having. You know, it's not worth our time. We need to turn our attention to other countries like our own. This is what white people should be talking about. The countries that we fucking live in that are causing all these problems. Burkina Faso wouldn't be doing that shit if it wasn't for us in the first place. Do you mean like imperial proletariat revolting without internationalist consciousness? I mean that, but also alongside that, it's not going to be uber woke straight away. The first thing that people in Britain, I think, are going to end up, you know, wanting to sort out is cost of living. Everyone's just going to want to talk about cost of living. We're going to have a real struggle with anti-migrant rhetoric, regardless of what happens, right? I think that is going to be something that is going to struggle. You know, yes, yeah. You see what I'm saying, right? You see what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm talking about when I mean that there could very well be a reactionary dictatorship of the proletariat. So I don't necessarily mean reactionary in the broad sense, but like different things, right? Burnham has said he's scrapping ID cards in favor of tackling the cost of living. Well, that's a nice surprise. It's a shame that he's got Shabana Mahmood as Chancellor, isn't it? And it's a shame that all the other stuff that Keir Starmer was going to do is, you know, that's an easy win for Burnham, right? That's a fucking easy win for Burnham. We will not be doing ID cards. The people of Makerfield don't want ID cards, and that's it. If there was a British Revolution tomorrow, we'd get trans rights long before open borders, but we wouldn't get them fast either. That is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, correct. And that may you know, even be the case in 50 years' time or 30 years' time or however long it'll take. But I think that if we're talking about, the realities of that, that's what I mean by potential reactionary. In terms of like, you know, we cause the rot, and then whatever revolution happens, and it will possibly take the form of that. That's my take. Yes, Keir Starmer was going to introduce digital ID cards. That's right.
Undiplomatically, we removed our blockade as part of the deal, but they maintained control. So now
digital style.
The battle of the Straits of Hormuz to forcibly secure it and eventually control it. This is going to still take some time to be able to achieve.
Hey, Crescent, how you doing? Everybody, please go for just lots of Crescent, Moon, and Star.
Commanders.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on, Jack. You said that it was going to take about 2 weeks. Now that at the end of this soundbite, you're saying, "Oh, this is going to take some time to get done." So, which is?
Hey, follow Stan. Thank you for the 25 consecutive streams watched.
Are we going to win, or is it? Oh, yeah, this is going to take a lot of time.
Daniel Davis did do the sound alert before that. Not that clip, but the one before.
Now, when he's saying we're going to now win with military what we couldn't win with diplomacy, are you stupid? I'm sorry.
He's getting so mad. This is great.
That is illogical. Because
top tier streamer. You're right. I could never. He is always on. He's in the always on category.
Immoral and unethical.
Like literally, I've been reacting to this for like, I don't know, an hour maybe. And in that time, he's done another interview. There's literally another interview out on his... Hang on. I'm still in the live stream. There's 13 people like me still in the live stream. Look, he did another. No, he did... Wait, whoa. Wait, where is... Where's the video that we're watching right now? Iran full scale? No, it can't be. Where are we up to? I don't even know where we're up to. He's done like loads of interviews. Hey, Slick Dog, how you doing? Sorry if I missed you before. Yeah. Oh, it's in lives. Am I watching his full broadcast? It's not. He goes live for like an hour at a time.
War that we fought in 2012.
Thank you, chat.
The so-called 12-day war, 2025. The so-called 12-day war where we...
That's what we're watching. That's what we're watching. This one, yes.
At least what's on the surface of the 3 main nuclear facilities, which we claimed were...
We're watching the unedited, but he doesn't interview anyone in this.
Okay, well, you knock that
That's
out.
what I mean. So, we've watched an hour live stream. Hang on. Redo that.
أولاً تعلن القوات المسلحة اليمنية حظر الملاحة البحرية على العدو السعودي المجرم.
We're about here. Yeah, this is where he gets mad at this guy. And 45,000 views. He streamed this 3 hours ago. There's no interview in this. And then he's just done an interview. He just did an interview. After this. Logs on and yaps. Yeah, but he's grafting. He's grafting hard. I could never do this. I have the same amount of time on my hands that Daniel Davis has. I don't know. Maybe he's got some kind of tradwife situation where his wife is forced by misogyny to feed him and cook the food and all that stuff. If that was the case, then I would have more time, but not by much. It takes 40 minutes for me to cook a meal. So I don't even know how much like gain he gets from the tradwife situation. He is a wife guy. Yeah. I mean, she could listen. You could be a wife guy, and she could be a tradwife. That is likely what is going on here. All he does is sleep, eat, YouTube. Yes, correct. You know, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. Stupid. He just grafts. He's a grafter.
And I'm sorry, that is illogical because we had it.
He dreams YouTube, yeah.
Even with the illegal...
his son does production work for him. I knew this fucker had staff. That's how it works. Chat, any operation like that, it's staff. There's a member of staff. That's what's going on. Who, Gary? Is Gary his son? Don't know. Just what Komradsky said. They're in the generation where it's common to have a tradwife, yes.
Immoral and unethical war that we fought in 2012, the so-called 12-day war, 2025. The so-called 12-day war where we blew up their 3 main military, at least what's on the surface of the 3 main nuclear facilities, which we claimed were necessary for a nuclear weapons program. Okay, well, you're not...
Tell Gary to focus the camera. I just think it's low quality. I think he streams low quality to appeal to a wide audience, which is very smart, to be honest.
So your job is done here. They will never have a nuclear weapon. They have always said they wouldn't have a nuclear weapon.
Elevate your parasocial game about Daniel Davis, yeah.
Rebuild all that stuff that they've said. That's it. Now, the Strait of Hormuz is open. The Bab el-Mandab is open. Commerce is free-flowing. The price of gasoline, I think it was around, at the first of the year, was around $50-some-odd a gallon, a barrel. And we said, no, that's not good enough. And then
you see then when he put his face close to the camera just now?
A barrel. And we said, no, that's not.
Like, he doesn't get more in focus, right? Yeah, it's the quality. That's how you tell.
Good enough. And then we said,
like, you can see that there's stuff that's blurred in the background. I reckon he's in peak focal range, probably. He's probably at peak focal range, but it's just because of the quality, yeah.
Let's get into negotiations and threaten. We're going to go back in and blow them up. And then, amazingly, and who can say why they did this, but the Iranian side on the 26th of February, 2 days before the war started, with Omani mediation, said, you know what, we're going to agree to nearly everything you want. We're going to give you a nuclear deal that's actually better than the Obama deal, and it's going to give you a huge, huge diplomatic win. And we said, yeah, we don't want that. So we went to war. And then we found out that the war couldn't destroy them, so now we have to try to go back, like Marco Rubio has said several times. Let's go back to the way it was before, where...
The only funny number.
Ford Rella with the 69 pounds. Holy shit, taking us to pretty much almost halfway Yeah, is that almost halfway? Is that right? Thank you very much for supporting the stream, Vord. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's very generous. Yeah, we're like, what is that? 400, what is 990? 45, 450, 45. Yes, just need another £4. The only funny number I say, welcome in, Vord. I think you were in earlier. Sorry if I missed you. Hey, Morton, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much for that. Need another £4 in order to get that halfway dono goal, chat.
Everything was open.
And then we will have unlocked movie night for next month.
That's now our objective. Only that's not going to work either.
This month's movie night, we're watching The Odyssey.
Because then when we had the MOU that would have possibly started moving back in that direction.
That's a joke. We're not doing that.
We added something in there that was designed to gum up the works. And now then we've gone on 9 straight days of military to try and get what's done. And then Jack King claims there that, oh, well, if we go back to full war, that'll be a different target set, different than
you got my hopes up.
Well, that's
sorry,
illogical too.
Take you all to the cinema and get thrown out, stream the movie screen and just like whisper to you, chat, this bit's so good. People are going, shh, be quiet.
Why would I be going after targets now that aren't going to solve the problem?
It's the Christopher Nolan movie.
If there were targets out there that I could attack and it would...
The dono alert goes off in the cinema. Just really loud. It's too loud. It goes, would you like to fuck me?
Make them capitulate. How stupid would we be?
70 mil screening. Yeah, well, I want to watch it in 70 mil, yeah. I want to watch it. Red Bear with the £9. Yo! Thank you so much, chatters. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Red Bear, as well, for getting us to the £500 movie nights unlocked for next month. Let's fucking go. Well done, everybody. I don't need to do that. I've got an alert here. There you go. You're gonna cancel me for watching it? What? Why? Because it's Zendaya can't be in ancient Greece because she's black. Or is there a woke version to be cancelled for it? That's what I want to know. They're filming up near my mum's last year. Even saw Christopher Nolan. Let's go. Hey, Cunning Linguist. You should have told him that Tenet was fucking garbage. Tenet was a fucking load of pretentious fucking garbage. You should go back and make a better film. Just erase all of the negatives of that. Forget it ever happened. Make a better film. I think they threw a bunch of plastic props into the sea illegally. Oh, that's bad. This is the woke reason. Let's have a look.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Ah, they were filming in occupied Western Sahara. Ah, I see. I see. I see.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Hollywood's blockbuster adaptation of the ancient Greek...
I don't even know if Tenet is a good film because I couldn't hear half the dialogue. That's what I'm saying. It's so bad. It has surprise Elliot Page in it, which made me happy. It made Chuds really unhappy. It made Chuds really unhappy. They were like, you could never be a transgender in Greece! When it's well known that there were multiple transgenders in Greece. in the Greek Empire. That's when they were doing all kinds of stuff. All kinds of queer stuff going on. I had a guy tell me straight people are so funny, dude. This guy knows that I'm bi, and he goes, "Oh, do you know why they were all gay in the Greek Empire, in the Greek army empire? It was to brutalize the soldiers and get them ready for seeing all the guts hanging out and all that stuff, get them mentally prepared so that they wouldn't freak out." And I was like, "What, by having a prostate orgasm?" What do you mean, bro? These people are just people who are like, butt sex is only ever rape. It's only ever rape. It's like I've seen in the movies. I've watched Shawshank Redemption. It's never good. It's never. You would never do that. You would never willingly do that. And they're scared of it. Like, they're scared of it because of that. Like, that's what it is. Yeah, it's all shit like that. It's like, no, it's only ever used as a way to dominate and destroy people, break them down. And it's like, bro, people love getting fucked in the ass. Shut up. Shut up. Like, what are you talking about? It's so stupid. Hey, Hippie Marshmallow, are we talking about diversity in Greek myth media? Perfect time for me to join, having just watched a 2-hour video on the subject. Yeah. Literally, this is another thing. They're like, yeah, Zendaya's black, so she can't be in the Odyssey because they wouldn't have had black people in ancient Greece. What are you talking about? It's over the Mediterranean. It's Africa. It's right there. They went there all the time. What do you mean? Ridiculous. Yes, what else was I saying? Yeah, weird fucking straight guy takes. Weird straight guy takes about bumming. Bumming, the reason that they did, the real reason that the Greek Empire did a lot of bumming is because it's top. That's why. It's fucking mint, actually. It's dead good. And the prostate is a different version of it. It's our uterus. That's what it is. Everyone, when you're in the womb, develops as a female, woman, whatever you want to call it. That's how it works. And then afterwards, if you're a man, you become. It's why we have nipples as men. That's why. Because they couldn't change that. They couldn't change that in the process. Your prostate is basically your vulva and uterus, like all mushed up against the back of your cock. That's what it is. And our cock is a clit, basically. That's what it is. So when you're just like jacking it, all you're ever doing is giving yourself like the equivalent of a clitoral ejaculate, like a clitoral orgasm. That's basically it, which is still good. But you know, most people will say with a pussy, yeah. That's how you get the good stuff. Anyway. I imagine djmuel as a Greek wojat doing the pointing thing. Africa's right there. Yeah. Real. Who clipped it? You can clip that. I don't care about that. I'm comfortable in my sexuality. I'm not ashamed of any of it. Of knowing how to make people with vaginas come. I'm not ashamed of the boast that I just made. No, it was a great rant. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Clip it and ship it. Hey, Space Spencer, how you doing? Amen, correct. That was me because Mule is based about Greece. The way you spelt Greece. Oh god. Anyway, they also say a black woman, Lupita Nyong'o, could never be perceived as a face that launched 1,000 ships. That's just straight up racism. That's just just racism. It's just like, we would never find a black woman attractive because that's not right for us to do that. Fuck miscegenation and all this stuff. And also, secretly deep down, they all do find her attractive. That's absurd. Completely absurd stuff. As always. Right, so it was filmed. I'm not going to watch this. It was filmed in Western Sahara. That's all I need to know. Okay, I'll do some more research into this later. Let's get back to the deep dive.
How dumb would it be to go after some other target? See, Keane never gets called out on this. The illogic of his own words. You've seen there just a couple, just in this last few minutes on those 2 sound bites, completely illogical by his own words. And yet these are the people that President Trump is listening to. And he's making these statements here. Now, if Jack Keane thinks that, hey, let's go back and get with military force what we couldn't get with diplomacy, our actual chief diplomat, at least on paper, Marco Rubio, seems to think, oh, no, the door to diplomacy is open, but with a caveat.
I think we're always open to diplomacy. It has to be real. It has to be a deal that they're willing to live by. Look, Iran a week ago was to put out.
Yeah, so Sophie, this guy, I'm sure I've explained this before, but I don't mind saying it again, but this guy is Colonel Daniel Davis, and he was supposed to be in Trump's military cadre. Maybe in 2016, maybe in 2024, don't know. But he was supposed to be in Trump's military Pentagon apparatus. And then he said normal and accurate things, so Trump fired him before he even started. So we didn't fire him. He just never took him on. And he's definitely got a bee in his bonnet because of that. I think that's where a lot of this comes from, particularly. But I think there is a deep, desire to at least preserve America. I think that he is certainly, at this point at least, 100% anti-empire. In terms of the US, I think that he is critical of US bases in other countries. He is essentially the ideal MAGA guy to encapsulate what I've been talking about, which is that I think that, MAGA people want America to Turkify. They want to turn America into a Turkey-type state where it just concentrates on its local, regional stuff. Still doing a bit of aggression, because why not? Because that's what America's all about. But concentrating it on Canada, Mexico, Cuba, places in their backyard that they call it. The technocracy stuff, all that kind of business. So, yeah, I think that he encapsulates that. I'm not sure that's what his politics are. I think he's more woke. He's basically a really woke chud. That's the best way. It's the best way to understand it. If we're talking about a proletariat revolution that would be reactionary, I reckon this guy probably wouldn't be 1,000% on board, but he wouldn't complain. We gotta do a Red Planet Technocracy bonus episode. It's also funny. I'd be down for that. Yeah, I would be down for that.
Yeah, these are the people.
Yeah, technocracy's crazy.
And he's making these statements here. Now, if Jack Keane thinks that, hey, let's go back and get with military force what we couldn't get with diplomacy, our actual chief diplomat, at least on paper, Marco Rubio, seems to think, oh no, the door.
He sees the empire as overextended and fears that it will collapse. I think that he's a guy who is bought totally into Team America World Police. I think there's a lot of guys like that. They're like, no, America should be the good guy. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Iran isn't a threat to us. Like, he says that all the time, right? He says, Iran is not a threat to us. Why are we doing this? And I think he constantly talks about, like, there's no threat there. There was no threat of anything happening. We shouldn't have done that. It's not in our interests, etc., etc. Like, this guy would not be down for invading China and shit like that. Like, he's more left-wing than Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Yeah, he said, he said, Iran has a right to defend itself, yeah. My mum's always mentioning technocracy because one of her relatives was dead into it. That's a red flag. Huge red flag.
Diplomacy is open, but with a caveat.
It's not a good ideology.
It has to be real. It has to be a deal that they're willing to live by. Look, Iran a week ago was supposed to put out a statement saying that the Straits of Hormuz would be open, that they would no longer attack shipping. And instead of doing that...
I don't think he actually thinks that anyone is threatening the USA. I think that he's that woke. I think he knows that there is no threat to American sovereignty in the coming weeks, years, months, anything like that,
They attacked 3 ships. I think that was last Friday or Saturday. So, I mean, their behavior has to change in order for ours to change.
Who attacked who first? The Iranian side did disable some vessels because they were not abiding by the authority President Trump gave them by signing the memorandum of understanding that they get to call the shots on how the strait is open for the 60 days. And when those instructions were not followed, they disabled the ship. It was the U.S. then that started attacking the Iranians themselves, not shipping, although we did that too, but we attacked Iran. And then that's when that back and forth started, which goes on to this day. And listen, for him to sit there and say, we're trying to find a diplomatic solution when I just showed you we've thrown every diplomatic solution in the trash. We don't even want a diplomatic solution. And it's also important to point out there that when Rubio says that...
Yeah, I think he does think that the US is the good guy. And I think that it is because of that, as I said, Team America World Police kind of idea. Like, he thinks that America should probably have the authority to police the world, but not particularly to go around and, make people's lives shit. I think he believes in, like, this fake idea of empire that a lot of people have, where they're like, oh, well, we're in Iraq because we're looking after the region. We're in, we're looking after the region. We're making sure that stuff happens and yada, yada, yada. But I do think that those cracks in his ideology have definitely already shown and widened quite significantly, you know?
Not talking about is not diplomacy in any actual definition of the word. He's looking for surrender. When he says,
yeah, the white man's burden
what
shit.
He means
Yeah,
is if they comply with all of our demands and if they surrender and lay down and do what we tell them. That's all he's looking for. If it was actual diplomacy and negotiations where you give something to get something, that's what we had. We had it on the 26th of February. We had it on the June 17th with the MOU.
Now, again, chat, what you've got to remember is what he's talking about is the Obama deal. He's talking about the Obama deal. He was like, yes, we had diplomacy with Iran. That's what we had. We had the agreement. It was there in place before we bombed them. You know, he is praising the deal that Trump constantly denigrates. He's praising a Democrat president, essentially. And that, you know, for someone like this is a big sign of cognitive dissonance,
now
or at least just being a bit more prescient of the situation.
Likely we're going to get it back. Now I think it's going to be solved on the battlefield. And now that because we can't forcibly take the control from Iran, then I think that they'll just keep fighting. And you can, if you want to start expanding your target list and go back to blowing up rocks on the tops of mountains, I guess you can. But all you're going to be doing is denuding ourselves even faster and making us vulnerable everywhere else in the world, because now then we're not going to have offensive weapons or
don't ask this guy about immigration. Yeah, for sure.
Or interceptor missiles to fight anywhere. What happens if something happens in Asia? What happens if something happens with Russia and NATO? God forbid. I'm against both of those. But the point being, if we get into an unexpected war somewhere, we're screwed because we've literally thrown our strength.
That's what he thinks could be a threat. He thinks Russia is a threat. There you go, chat. That's what his actual threat. He thinks that Russia is a threat. There you go. That could happen, and we're screwed. So he's not as understanding of imperialism in understanding that, you know, America has the power to stop Russia from being its enemy, right? He's not aware of this. He's not prescient of it. He's like, yeah, Russia could just, like, you know, attack us at any day because they're crazy, bro. They're crazy. He's a NATO guy, fiscally conservative, basically a lib. Yeah, for sure.
Into the sides of mountains for nothing, for a war that didn't need to be fought. And now then we're suffering a lot of the consequences. Speaking of suffering consequences.
I mean, that's an interesting thing to talk about when thinking about, like, can you make this guy a comrade? Are Republicans who are very liberal like that in talking about NATO and all this kind of business, and I don't know, you could do whatever you want in America as long as you're an American citizen kind of thing. I don't know, like, how is that going to work? How's that conversation going to work? Maybe the conversation that we said about before, maybe it wouldn't go that same way. It's interesting to think about. I would fucking love to have a conversation with this guy. He would piss me off with some of the stuff that he would say, but I would love to just figure out where he's at particularly. Like, do you like the state? Like, do you think the state is good? And he'd probably say something like, yeah, the state under Biden was good, at least. Like, he could make that kind of admission, like, oh, Biden let in loads of illegals, but at least the state wasn't doing crazy things like this. And then you could say, well, actually, the state under Biden wasn't that different. It's a mafia. The state is a mafia. That's the best way to understand it. This is my new thing, chat. This is my new thing. When you speak to people about the state, when you speak about, like, the construction of the state, just point out straight away, the state is a mafia. What is it? It's a group of people with money and guns. That's what the state is. They got some office workers, but that's all to keep up appearances of their legitimate operation, yeah? Think about it. Think about it.
It's not just the...
yeah, every collaborator isn't going to be a comrade. Hey, Steve Beck, how you doing? Welcome in.
Politically, but it's the physical, which is, of course, one of the things I never want to get past. This is the latest information out here today. Pentagon has identified 2 additional service members. I think I told you when they first said that one was missing in action, that was almost certainly because one of the soldiers was obliterated in the missile strike, and apparently that is what happened. And then now here there was a Private Isabella Gonzalez was killed in Iraq. Also, apparently a drone had an Iraqi drone had brought down, and when they were trying to defuse it or something to that effect, it's a little fuzzy.
Hey, Steve, thank you so much. for the 4 months of Prime. Enjoy ad-free viewing.
Bucks coming your way, my man.
Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Appreciate that, Steve.
Apparently, it blew up and she was killed in that as well. The Pentagon is apparently not telling us all. Apparently, there are a lot more people that were seriously wounded in that Jordan attack. We'll wait and see if they ever come clean on that. And then there's this one here. This is now all the
yeah, like when we're talking about like the difference between a person who has become completely brain rotted and an evil piece of shit, you know, on the progression to turn into a Plattner-esque individual versus someone who is going to the army in order to pay for college. The first person is the Plattner guy. This first lieutenant, Tyler James Feehan, 25 years old, right? He's probably been in the military for a while to be first lieutenant. And then Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19, was definitely in there to pay for college. You know? 19. Susie, thank you so much for the 8 months.
Hi, thank you for the stream.
Enjoy. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, you know, like there's the difference right there, right? There's the difference right there. And you could just see it. It's just a good thing to actually, you know, to notice and look at, you know. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm not gonna tolerate bad empanada-esque takes of they're all evil and they all deserve to die. I'm not gonna say that I'm not gonna criticize people for that, but you know, I am gonna say there is a distinction to be. There certainly is. Things are never black and white. Things are literally never binary, black and white. There is a mixture to everything, the way things happen.
And then there's this one here. This is now all the soldiers that have been killed that we know of. So far, and there's the last.
You want to be times in this by about 100, man. You want to be times in this by 100. He likes Mamdani. He often has him on as a guest. You're telling me Daniel Davis has had Zoran Mamdani on? No, he hasn't. You're thinking about Morandi. You're thinking about Morandi, Sapatra. Morandi, not Mamdani. I was about to be like, pardon? Zoran on the Daniel Davis broadcast? That's crazy. That would actually be crazy, right? That would be fucking crazy. Hey, shitlog, how you doing? No, it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. I just thought that would be. I'm imagining how that conversation is going to go down. You know what I'm saying?
Count I saw was 400.
How is that going to go down?
Wounded, and I have grave doubts that number is accurate. I bet it's a lot more than that. Every one of these people died, folks. Died because President Trump used his ego to write checks that their bodies paid for. This war should never have been fought. And it's not just that now that we have economic catastrophe and a lot of things have been blown up. Our allies have been hurt. Facilities have been destroyed in Qatar, in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, stuff that's going to take long.
Daniel's going to demand Mamdani arrest Netanyahu. Mamdani's caused the stir, hasn't he? Because I saw Trump post this about it all. He's saying we're in talks to try and arrest Netanyahu. He already walked it back. That's probably because of this. When did this happen? 5:50 p.m. Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. He is fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters and has spent the last 47 years killing American soldiers and others. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death and destruction. Netanyahu is not going to be arrested. He can't be doing that.
The human cost. people that should still be alive as we speak right now, and they're not. And what is, I showed you this. President Trump posted this before. He's trying to sound tough, but this is not tough, because all this is going to do, whatever he's going to do here, is going to spawn another response by the Iranian side, as it always does, another counterstrike, and probably that list will keep growing. That is not helping any American. What is going to help an American is getting the damn war over with on whatever means to. Eat your pride, eat all of your pride, and stop the destruction of our armed forces, of our bases, of the wounding of our troops, etc. And instead, here's what President Trump has said.
Well, we feel very badly, but those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
He's had the voice thing again. He's had something done to his voice again. What is that?
Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost.
They inject him in his throat with some kind of throat serum.
We've already talked about how absurd that last part is. Obviously, they have quite a bit left, and there's a whole lot they can do. And
they obliterated it.
Are dead today. So that is a lie. And it's also a lie that you say, oh, well, they died because they didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. No. None of those people signed up to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon. A nuclear weapon they were not pursuing, and that shouldn't be lost on anyone either. He's just trying to make it sound noble and righteous, and it's not. It's shameful and derogatory and dishonoring to the men and women who wear that uniform. That's just where we are. Now, there is one last thing I want to show you about here. President Trump posted.
No. We've heard it in a different from a different broadcaster. Follow Dan. We've heard it from a different broadcaster. It was before I took a break. I can't remember. It was on a stage. Was he at the NATO conference? I can't remember. Christ. I can't remember.
Another Truth Social.
But we saw him on a different broadcaster.
Here, Gary, if you can toss that one up here.
And his voice was markedly different.
This shows you, I think, where President Trump's primary focus is. There's been some issue here of late whether.
He's bringing up the same one. Okay.
Mamdani is going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu on these international criminal court dockets that come up. I haven't seen where that is. I know he was talking about, I don't know if he can legally do it, but President Trump wants to make sure that everybody knows that Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. And then he makes up stuff that he's fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which killed 52, whatever. I don't even want to read the rest of it. Just take that off the screen, Gary, because the rest of that is just crap. It's just trying to make up justification to why President Trump listened to Benjamin Netanyahu. And we know that. We know it for a fact, because that's why it started. That was what spawned the war beginning in the first place, was when Netanyahu told him they knew where the Ayatollah...
Take it off the screen, Gary. It's crap.
Khamenei was going to
crap.
And they said, if we take him out, the war...
He has got a producer. We all think it's his son. We think it's his son. Some people in the chat have said it's his son. They might think it's his son.
Just like Venezuela, whatever, and Trump did it. And
this is Daniel Davison Jr. Daniel Davison Sons Productions.
He's looking to, no, it was really about, I know it was about the protesters in Iran. We have to, no, it wasn't about the protest. It was about the nuclear weapons. They can't have, we already destroyed that too. Whatever. They're killing their own people. They're terrible people. So we have
Davison Davis Productions. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Davison Sons Productions.
Nonsense. Everything that he's been saying, everything that Jack Keane is saying, everything that Marco Rubio is saying, and if Pete Hegseth was talking here of late, he kind of went silent, probably for good reason, but we can certainly pull up some of the other stuff. That's nonsense too. Admiral Cooper, same thing. Just complete crap. Hardly any truth in anything any of them are saying, and yet they continue to prosecute a war they know we cannot win, and will continue to have consequences, both human and in financial consequences for our.
Okay, I think that's the most out of the Daniel Davis deep dive. Let's lock into some Al Jazeera. Let's see what Al Jazeera is saying about Ansarallah and figure out what their take is and how they're reporting on this. Remember, this is Qatari state media, so they're going to have a bias against Ansarallah, the Yemenis, and they're going to report on it in a bad way as a result of that.
Have declared a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, set to take effect immediately. The Iran-backed group says the move is in response to a recent attack on Sana'a airport. The military spokesperson for the Houthis made the announcement based on the equation of an eye for an eye. The group also warned that any further escalation by Saudi Arabia would be met with a broader response.
في الخروج المليوني العظيم في جمعة التحذير والنفير.
The Yemeni Armed Forces announces a ban on maritime navigation for the Saudi enemy. According to the rules of a blockade, the siege will be implemented as soon as we have issued this statement. Our people have the right to respond to a blockade with a blockade and escalation with escalation.
Well, in a moment, we'll speak to Zain Basravi in Doha for the Gulf reaction and our chief US correspondent, Alan Fisher, for White House reaction to these developments. But first, let's go to Youssef Mauri.
This dude is extra. I mean, he is the spokesperson of a revolutionary army, right? That is kind of how we have to see Ansar Allah. It may not be the revolution that we would want ideally as Westerners, in terms of, as we were talking about before, reactionary. There is reactionary elements to the Ansar Allah movement. They are anti-empire and they are trying to keep sovereignty of Yemen, right? So yeah, their cause to them is more than just its spiritual, its land, etc. Yeah.
In Sana'a, Youssef, talk us through the immediate impact of this Houthi announcement. How effectively can they actually enforce a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, and what does this mean for Red Sea shipping lanes?
Well, let's not forget that 12 to 15% of global trade passes through the Red Sea, through Bab el-Mandeb. 8 to 10 million barrels of crude oil pass through Bab el-Mandeb. 4 million of those barrels are exported from Saudi Arabia. So it will have
it's the Kermit guy
impact on the global economy, not just the Saudi economy. But
on the global economy, not just. He's more Jordan Peterson. But he's got the Kermit, Ray Romano, Jordan Peterson, and there's another guy that sounds like that as well. I can't remember. The Family Guy does a bit about it. What is it? I'm trying to remember it. Jordan Peterson, Kermit, Family Guy. Is it Family Guy bit? Is it a bit? I don't think it's Jordan Peterson. No, it's Ray Romano, Harold Ramis, and Al Michaels. I don't know who that is.
And now back to Roundtable with Al Michaels, Harold Ramis, Ray Romano, and Kermit the Frog.
These zoning laws are infringing on the rights of citizens. If I might interrupt for a minute, I'd like to point out
You've had your time. Let someone else speak.
I haven't said a word. It was that guy.
Don't look at me. I can't get a word in edgewise.
Well, then who the hell's been talking this whole time?
Oh, that's a fine question.
Just chuck Jordan Peterson in there, and you got like the complete quintet.
Not just a blockade to prevent Saudi oil exporting. It's also going to prevent Saudi imports. You
want me to watch the Jordan Peterson rat YouTube poop supercut
to Saudi Arabia? That will also be blocked according to this naval blockade on all Saudi navigation. As we've seen in the previous blockade that was imposed by the Ansar Allah Houthis on all Israeli shipments, it gradually went from just being a blockade to prevent Israeli imports and exports to the targeting of any shipping company, cargo shipping company that does business with Israel. Which drastically impacted the Israeli economy. In fact, it led to the bankruptcy of 2 of its main ports, the port of Haifa and the port of Eilat in southern Israel. And this could very well be the formula that Saudi is heading in if negotiations are not successful in Oman. There is currently negotiations taking place between the Ansar Allah Houthis and Saudi officials in Oman. If that will bear any fruit, we have to wait and see. But until there's some kind of compromise from either side, this blockade is only going to drastically increase tensions between Yemen and.
Rat is this. The rats are all like this. The rat goes like this. So the rat's like this. The normal rat is like this. That's the normal rat. Like this, like this. It sniffs. It's like this for quite a while. He's like this. And then maybe he sniffs. You are now a normal rat. I really like rats, and I do cocaine. Rats, 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 damn rats, rats, rats. But if you have a rat out there in rat land, like a normal rat, the rat's rat, rat, rat. Anyways, the rats are doing their thing. They're doing their little rat social things. They're playing and they're laughing and they're doing cocaine nonstop. Rat runs home, pokes his beak out of the burrow and screams for like 2 days. And all the other rats are like frozen stiff. A 2-day rat screaming fit is no trivial thing. This is hard on the rat. The rat goes out and there's a cat. We're not rabbits. If you blow on a baby, for example, the baby will go like this. I'm way too stoned on meth. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some damn thing with rats. Cocaine rules, and even rats know that. And they're rats, right? And they love that. One of the things people often ask is, how can we use the rat as a bigger rat? The little rat.
What is he talking about? Why are there all these clips of him talking about rats? This is his whole... This has got to be like another animal fake analogy of his. I know he's talking about rats. Obviously, he's talking about rats. What I'm saying is, what's the big idea? Like, where does he? Yeah, before lobsters. This is his pre-lobster pre-game. This was his preliminary lobster theory. Before lobster theory, it was rat theory. He did a little bit about ant theory. He was like, we're just all insects going off pheromones. We're being told what to do by one of the big ones. Started off with ants, and then he was like, actually, it's rats.
Is an excellent person. And the big rat, he does.
Now cry.
The big rat is a fat cocaine-seeking monster like me. The little rat, you'll go. And the big rat then will shoot guns at things. So now he's dominant rat.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm flat broke. I drank a lot before the show, and I have a bad cocaine problem. Rats like cocaine, that's the rule. You put your two rats together, one's 10% bigger than the other. The 10% big rat just flattens the little rat. But if the big rat snorts cocaine, the big rat would die, face down in a ditch 3 days later. Hooray for the little rat. So the next time you pair them together, the little rat will get naked. Chimps are sort of shaped like this. Back to the rat. You've got your rat, and he's sitting there, and he's pretty calm. He's already a weird rat, and he's also a solitary.
Is the experiment where they looked into if rats would recover from drug addiction if they had access to a social life. Oh my god.
Rat. There's no such thing as a solitary rat. You've got this rat, he's in a cage. You take the rat out of his cage, the rat thinks, ugh. When you put the rat in the cage...
That chimp shape was crazy. When he said a chimp looks like this. Shaped like this.
Later. Hooray for the little rat. So the next time you pair them together, the little rat will get naked. Chimps are sort of shaped like this. Back to the rats. You've got your rat, and he's sitting there, and he's pretty calm. He's already a weird rat. Good. And he's also a solitary rat. There's no such thing as a solitary rat. You've got this rat, he's in a cage. You take the rat out of his cage.
Dino Bashi 123. You look like Lego piece 28125. Yes, very funny. People have said that before. Yes, well done. Good joke. Haha, hee hee.
When you put the rat in the cage, what does it do?
Paper rat, how you doing?
Freeze. That's the normal rat.
When you put the rat in the cage, in spite all of its rage, anyways, that's the song,
the rat's
yes.
Frozen, and then it starts to sniff. Uh-oh, now I probably lost my place. Rats. Lobsters? Anyways, stand up straight with your shoulders back. What's that? Frozen, yes, okay. So the rat is in its cage, and it's frozen, and so it starts to sniff. All right, so the rat sniffs. You take the rat out of his cage, remind the rat that life is dangerous. You have not taught it fear. Rats, which I love. I am the guy who discovered rats, after all. Rats will dance for money if you pay them, and if they're kind of like this, you know, and just have no sense of rhythm, you owe them like $300. Rats will scream for 48 hours, and while that rat is screaming, all the other rats scream. That's nothing. I've been screaming for 3 months.
Dr. P.P. Georgeson.
Stop it. If you train a rat to run down a maze, the rat will do exactly what it damn well pleases. And
this is more modern shit. Why is he talking about rats at like the Parthenon? Where the fuck is this?
And if you bind the back legs of the rat, and you put its rear end on a wheeled chariot, which would be the right thing to do, it will propel itself on the wheels. And I like that very much. And obviously, there aren't that many wheeled rats. And that always bothered me. One of the things I've been thinking about is rats.
Why exactly?
A rat's in a cage. What's in the cage? And the answer is a rat. It's so cool.
Really
it's so cool.
Man.
You're all over the place. It's like the rats. The little rat is little and small, this big. At the same time, the big rat is like this, like a total barbarian. He's just a complete fraud. The little rat is just trying to figure out a fast way to make cars. Why would the little rat care? Let the little rat cook. I don't have sex. I'm very ashamed of myself because I don't do a good job of talking. I should try to commit suicide more often. That was a joke. Think about it this way. Rats are based because they tear apart their enemies. They will tear them into pieces. They're based. If you paired rats together, the big rat wins.
That's why I'm finding it so funny. Can you imagine if he was your lecturer? There's definitely some people who were lectured by Peterson. They're out there. They're out there somewhere. These people just didn't disappear off the face of the earth. They're real people. They were in his classes. He said he taught them things that they probably didn't like and found annoying. And I bet they've got all kinds of stories.
The small rat is
Hey Ninja Can, how you doing?
violence, but the small rat has to suffer. And if
You could never admit to it. I pity those people.
The small rat will
He
kill
gave
us.
people
And so
therapy. He
we
had
should
patience. That's
sacrifice
right.
the
Can you
small
imagine
rat.
getting therapy off this guy? I know the exact kind of fucking story that you would tell if Jordan Peterson was your therapist. You would just say, yeah, he told me to clean my room. He said that good mental health starts with good body health. He told me, you know, but I followed it and it was all just very bad. I followed his advice and it didn't work and it was very bad and it cost me $1,000. It's going to be that. Yeah, everyone has a fucking therapy story like this. If you've ever paid for therapy, private therapy or whatever, I'm sure he wasn't doing it on the Canadian social health system, if there is one, right? He would have been doing private health. Cue the video where they ask the psychotherapist how many people they've cured, yeah.
If I'm late for class, maybe I'll be able to get out of this stupid job that I've always hated and something better will happen.
Most of my Canadian university professors are not very impressive theoreticians. All I'm saying is that people were lectured by Jordan Peterson and he is the person that he is, you know? Like, there's a lot of other annoying, ridiculous lecturers in the university system. I know, I've been to university. I know what it's like. And the way that some people lionize their lecturers, that's a whole thing about university that I remember. And I was like, I think this guy's a bit of a fucking dickhead. And then people would like defend their fucking professor. And I was like, what the fuck is going on here, man? What the fuck is going on? Me in every class. I had JBP for ratology. That's fair enough. I can't remember what the point of what I was going to say was. Yeah, you had a bunch of bad professors and the Canadian university system, it was bound to breed a guy like this at some point is what I was trying to say. They're all bad. They're doing bad lecturing, whatever, of course.
Tiniest cock you can imagine.
Anyway, I'm done watching this. If you want me to watch the rest of this, I don't know, donate £50 immediately. Only like professors seem to genuinely like helping their students, yeah. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia.
And Yusuf, this escalation breaks a period of calm somewhat. I mean, can you give our viewers some context on how this came about? Specifically, how much of this is driven by the Houthis' alignment with Iran, as, of course, tensions continue to boil over with the US?
Well, the Houthis are...
Do you think there's a rat version of Peterson out there, but all the rats are smart enough to not tell him to shut the fuck up? If there was a rat version of Jordan Peterson, all the other rats would devour him. Because rats are like, this is a threat to our survival. This is a threat to our survival as a species. This guy going around... We need to take him out. And also, we can eat. It's more food for us. The video they're showing us isn't even Yemen. These guys are Djibouti. Is that right? Oh, good. Al Jazeera is so good. I was thinking the fucking flag is wrong, isn't it?
Making it very clear.
The flag is wrong.
Allies with Iran. And this is...
You're right.
What started this conflict is... even before Saudi Arabia targeted Sana'a International.
There is a great Pearl Jam song called Rats, which is really, really, really good. It's one of their best fucking tunes. And it is about how rats are so much nicer to each other than humans are nice to each other. It's fucking great.
Airport. Let's not forget Saudi Arabia has been
like, it's like a whole song about how rats are just like a extremely honorable animal. Every single president since 2000 has bombed Yemen, King of Saudi Arabia, and US enforced a genocidal blockade against Yemen. Do not forget about it. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this is something that I've told my audience last week when we were covering this. Absolutely. Ansar Allah are basically defending their sovereignty. They are the correct government of Yemen. And you should just call them the Yemenis, you know? They finally got the name right, but they have to sound extra scary. It's another example. I know that you're being dismissive, Alejandro, and you're right to be. But, well, welcome in, by the way. They are still moving more towards anti-empire broadcasting. And I don't mean they're going to be like communist, anti-empire, whatever, but they are still more on the side of Iran, more and more as days go by. Even getting the name right for Ansar Allah is a big step. It's an even bigger step, I would argue, because Qatar is far more invested in pleasing Saudi Arabia than they are in pleasing Iran. And I think that its neighbor right there, right next to it. You got to remember, Saudi Arabia is this huge country compared to Qatar. And they're even there saying, like, they're still calling him the Houthis, but they're calling him Ansar Allah. They still do the thing where they say internationally recognized government when referring to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's puppet government. But yes, they are, in fact, moving more towards the correct direction.
A blockade on Sana'a International Airport since 2015, since the Ansar Allah Houthi takeover of the Yemeni capital, whereby they toppled the internationally recognized Yemeni government backed by Saudi Arabia. Basically, the position of Saudi Arabia is that the Ansar Allah Houthi group is an illegit Yemeni authority who should not be in power and who should not have control of Sana'a. They want to restore the Rashad al-Ulaimi government, but that government is stationed and is operating in the south of the country. Saudi Arabia wants to bring them back to take control of Sana'a and to take control of the areas that's under the control of the Ansar Allah Houthis. If Saudi Arabia does not get those political demands, according to the Houthis, this is the main reason why Saudi Arabia is imposing a naval and aerial blockade on any airport that's controlled or under the control of the Ansar Allah Houthis. So now you have a situation to where the Ansar Allah Houthis, who have hypersonic missiles, who have ballistic missiles, and who
love rats,
have targeted Saudi Arabia,
the rats
rounds of conflict, basically saying that we're going to target Saudi airports just like they target Yemeni airports, and we're also going to impose a naval blockade against all Saudi navigation, just as they are imposing a blockade on Yemen.
Yusuf, many.
All right, okay, interesting take from Al Jazeera, but standard what we can come to expect from their particular propaganda. Let's have a look at this. This is a report on the soldiers killed. So we'll see what Al Jazeera said. This is a 19-minute long video, right? So a bit more of a deep dive from Al Jazeera, and they are going to be talking about the US soldiers who have been killed. Hey Al, how you doing? Yes, lad, good to see you. You're the backdroppers of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia kicked out the UAE from Yemen and the Southern Transitional Council prior to the American bombing campaign on Iran. See, I did not know that bit. Sequel to Rats of Nim, Rats of Saudi Arabia. There you go. Yeah, but the Rats of Nim are good. I wouldn't apply that to Saudi Arabia. They don't get to be the Rats of Nim.
On the country. CENTCOM
we need more brainstorming about this idea, about this new IP that we're developing.
Controlled detonation of an Iranian drone from those strikes. 2 US soldiers were also killed in Jordan on Friday after these attacks on the base there. A third is missing. CENTCOM says unidentified remains have been found at the location of the strike. If verified, that would mean 4 US soldiers would have been killed in Iranian attacks on Saturday.
The stupid thing is that this is what I mean when we're talking about numbers being underreported. This guy just said there are unidentified remains at the site of this attack, and if they're verified, then it could mean that it's another person who died. There's clearly some people who are on the register as missing in action. Yeah? There's clearly people on the register missing in action. That's how they do this stuff. You do a report when you're in the military every morning, every afternoon. You fucking sound off whatever the fuck it is. Fucking Palmer's, Peterson, Kajufwick. You know, it's in all the fucking movies, right? You know? And what they do nowadays is that they just don't. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's in fucking Full Metal Jacket and all that shit. Watch any of the movies. Like, you don't even have to be in the military to know this. And you know, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's the roll call or whatever, right? They do it all the time, like check-in kind of shit. And what they're doing is they're not doing the necessary movements in order to try and identify bodies, because they're just not going to report them as, you know, missing in action, missing and presumed dead, all that stuff. They're not going to report anything like that. There's probably hundreds at this point where they're like missing and presumed dead. But they're not going to report that. They're just going to report, okay, yeah, we couldn't really, like, you know, wrangle our way out of this one. Yeah, his face was on full show. It's definitely him. He's dead. Those are the people that they're reporting. I'm doing okay, thanks, Al. I had a bit of a break last week, and yeah, it was pretty decent. I'm feeling well rested. Hey, Raghav Patel, how you doing? Good to see you. Fuck around, find out, as writers would say. I can't believe Iran is doing unprovoked retaliation. Oh my god, it's crazy. Speaking of course, Lesbian Hot Sauce, how you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Please go show some love to Lesbian Hot Sauce. How are you doing? How are you doing? Glad you had a little break. Yeah, me too. Good stuff.
Now there's growing alarm.
Did you see the vid where the soldier filmed it in Jordan? No, send it to me.
Civilian targets are hit in Iran,
put it in the chat,
as well as the broader Gulf region. Kuwait's foreign ministry has condemned an Iranian strike on one of its water.
Over 1,500 American servicemen still missing in action from Vietnam. There you go.
Law. Jordan has summoned Iran's envoy. Amman says 3 Iranian missiles were intercepted earlier on Sunday. The International Energy Agency says it's investigating.
Very good for mental health, yeah. I mean, it wasn't really much mental health. I just realized that I was kind of burnt out a bit. I think that's what it was. And, yeah, I wasn't taking any time to relax. I think the problem with ADHD, yeah, is that when you are... You know how I'm saying I can't play any PC game? People who were here early, I was talking to them about my break, and I was saying, I don't think I can play video games. The reason that I've had such a restful break is because I got a Switch 2. And I ended up basically playing Switch 2 Pokopia for hours and hours and hours on the couch. Not this weekend just gone, but the one before. And very, 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 very good relaxation was had. And so I've realized I can't play PC games because all I'm doing all the time is looking at the other screen, looking at the fucking social media. ADHD nightmare, innit? What games have you got? I got Pokemon Pokopia. That's what I've been playing. Have you played Zelda? Yes, I don't like those new Zeldas. They're not good for me. I got Mario Kart World. I completed that. I've got Donkey Kong Bonanza. So that's what I got. But Pokemon Pokopia is the best. Pokemon Pokopia is so good. It's been radicalizing me more and more. A Pokemon weekend seems very pleasant. It was extremely pleasant. Play Zelda 2, that'll chill you out. No, it won't. What do you mean? It is also mental health, yes. Burnout breaks before mental health problems. That's what it was. Yeah, I could see it happening, yeah. Iran attack in Jordan, filmed by soldiers 3 days ago. Thank you very much, Crescent. Yeah, well, basically, I just think that having ADHD means it's really hard to relax. Really, really hard to relax. Oh my god. Wait, is this not the one from 3 months ago or something? Okay, chat, this might be loud. I just had a look at it to make sure it's terms of service safe. This is apparently filmed by a US soldier in Jordan that got hit this week. Let's take a little look at this. This is a direct hit coming up now. That is fucking crazy, dude. I think they got what they were fucking aiming for, man. Like, look at all the fucking debris, dude. Check all the debris that, like, comes out of the sky. Look, you see it all fucking land? Sparks coming off it and shit. Could just be the shrapnel from the missile. But, yeah, I think that when it's, like, sparks like that, I think they fucking hit something and it's like burst into flames immediately or some shit, right? That's crazy. And you can see another one that hits like, you know, literally like, what is that? Less than a kilometer away? Check that first thing out, chat. Like the time it takes for the sound to hit is not that, you know? It's not that long. It's not that far. Fucking crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy. I was playing Zelda Ocarina at a time. It's less the burnout, more the social media fear of missing out. I mean, there's that too, right? There's that too. They geolocated it if you want to see that. Is that not in the tweet? Here is a pretty good... This is what I was looking for before, chat. This is what I was looking for before. This is a very good graphic of what has been hit July 17th, July 18th. Look at how many fucking places they're attacking. Yanbu, this is the oil depot in Saudi Arabia. Prince Sultan Air Base, Saudi Arabia. Oil tankers targeted. 2 US bases in Bahrain. 3 US bases in Kuwait. Muwafaq Salti in Jordan. And Erbil. Absolutely mad stuff. Absolutely mad stuff. Yeah, US OPSEC, strong as always. Yeah, it's so funny, right? The US just can't see anything coming anymore. This is it. They took out all of the fucking radar in the last wave. And now they are completely eliminating all of the fucking military presence in the Gulf. Like, that's what's happening. Like, you know, this has been happening every night all week, and you're not hearing about it because the mainstream news doesn't want to be like, oh yeah, actually, you know, we're getting battered. We're getting battered, actually.
That a US airstrike hit a partly built nuclear facility in southern Iran. The IAEA atomic watchdog is warning about the serious risk of attacking near nuclear sites. The US has also...
Yeah, they're decolonializing the region, yeah.
Iran's Hesham Island in the Strait of Hormuz.
Doing the most for Palestine that any country has ever done, literally in the history of the occupation.
Washington claims Tehran has missiles.
Like, they've not just been targeting this stuff, they've been targeting AI data centers all over the Gulf as well. Just battering these AI data centers. I want to take a quick look at the FinViz map. Oh my god. I just opened it. This is just like a month performance. Things are going real well for the Mag 7, huh? This Tesla? No, Taiwan Semiconductors. Nvidia not doing great. Looks like Nvidia is stagnating. Tried to recover and couldn't. Google still not doing particularly well. Tesla still stagnating mostly. Microsoft the only ones who are getting a little bit of interest back, and that's probably because they announced the support for Windows 10, right? They're continuing support for Windows 10 more now. But this is the interesting one, chat. Oracle down 33%. Now, Oracle don't really make a profit. They've been on a downturn for like a long time. I think Meta getting 13%. I think that's to do with the Meta glasses. I think that's it. Oracle, CIA. Yeah, no, totally. They're all part of the gang. Yeah, 1000%. Oracle is losing so much value, particularly because I think that's probably one of the data centers that was hit. probably one of these guys. Palantir is interesting. Palantir has obviously probably got data centers in the region. Don't know particularly, but interesting. Let's drag it out to 6 months. What's the 6-month performance? Okay, this is where the actual losses are happening. Tesla doing bad, Microsoft doing bad, Oracle doing terrible, Palantir doing terrible. Great. That's good. That's what you want to see. That's what you want to see. These guys not making much. Nvidia not making much. Apple still leading. Terrible, but whatever. Was that SpaceX minus 30%? I mean, look at SpaceX in general. Like, again, chat, like, this is what happens when you know, private companies try to do things like space travel. It's so not happening, bro. It is so not happening. Like, this is over 6 months. You know, there's no profit here. There's no profit to be found. It needs to be fucking subsidized to exist. Subsidized heavily by the government. Completely insane behavior. The Ponzi scheme of the current investments is completely divorced from reality. If it got close to collapse, the government will 100% bail them out. Yeah, I mean, you know, that still doesn't, it still won't change the reality that these companies, if they get bailed out, those prices are going right back up there. You know, they're going right up there. And it's going to make things a little more difficult for them to continue regardless. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the rest of the news.
Based there. And America has also targeted bridges and railway facilities, as well as an airport in southern Iran. Washington and Tehran are fighting for control over the Strait of Hormuz, and with no sign that the exchange of fire is going to stop anytime soon, hopes for diplomacy.
They'll get their daily intake of government subsidies, yeah.
Dr. Asadi is in Tehran. Mohammed Val is in Doha for all the regional reaction. First, we're going to go to Washington and Heidi Jo Castro. Heidi, what more are we hearing from CENTCOM?
Well, Rob, they released a statement.
I'm going to get a slice of deep dish pizza.
One more U.S. soldier death. This occurred on Saturday, and according to CENTCOM, this is as U.S. forces were trying to dispose of a downed Iranian drone, an ordnance in a controlled detonation. Another service person was injured in that same operation. In addition, another set of human remains have been discovered. This in Jordan, where one U.S. soldier went missing on Friday after an Iranian attack there, in addition to 2 others who were killed in action in that same attack. So if you add all those numbers up in the 2-3 days since this escalation between U.S. and Iranian forces, this is at least 3, if not 4, once those remains are identified, U.S. soldiers who have been casualties killed in this war. Meanwhile, the escalation continues to ramp up, with CENTCOM saying that earlier today it struck IRGC forces who were responsible for the attack on U.S. soldiers in Jordan, as well as surveillance and air defense systems in Iran. Meanwhile, President Trump has not publicly spoken about this latest announcement of U.S. soldier deaths. He's actually at the World Cup final match in New Jersey, while, of course, the armed forces that he commands are still seeking this retribution.
And the question is, of course, how Washington is going to be seeing what happens next.
Yeah, homemade pizza, man. I was saying to the chat before, I have not eaten something from that I haven't made myself in probably the last 3 weeks. And the latest thing that I learned how to make was Chicago deep dish style pizza. And it's so fucking easy and so cheap, chat. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. And making your own muesli as well. That's what I've been doing as well. Yeah, I'm going to show it you now. It's just in the microwave. I had another slice before. Like, it's crazy. You just, like, 2 of them could get you through, like, 2 days. It's crazy. Hey, Chief, how you doing? Good to see you. Pizza is wildly inexpensive. Literally, like, here's the recipe for Chicago deep dish pizza. Here's the bits that you need. You need a cup of flour. That's like 10p. You need 1 clove of garlic. 5p, probably. Half an onion, another 5p, maybe 20p at a push. Right? Then chopped tomatoes. Get a nice cheap can, chopped tomatoes, and some cheap tomato puree. That's going to be 50p for the can. And then the tube of puree, you can have that for... It's going to last you fucking months, right? And then whatever toppings you want. Like, the toppings are just where the spenny stuff comes in. Because if you make fucking... like a capricciosa with ham, but like you buy the ham from the butcher, or you know, the olives, you get like nice posh olives, artichokes, that's gonna drive up the price. Me, I just have it with cooked ham, £1 a pack. Insane stuff. Seared mushrooms would be that would be the cheaper option for sure. I think I'm gonna do mushroom next weekend. I think I'm gonna do ham and mushroom, just like the cheap ham and some mushroom, maybe some olives. This week I had ham and black olives. It's fucking great.
The president may well be at the Football World Cup final. At the same time, decisions have to be made somewhere. Do we have any indication from the White House that the US may escalate even further, or is there a chance that it is open to more diplomacy?
Right, well, we're getting conflicting signals here. Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Defense Secretary.
Listen, I'm going to show you the pic. You're talking about pics or it didn't happen. I'm going to show you the slice now. This is obviously a day old, but there you go. There you have it. There's the slice. Yeah. It looks a little thin. I'll give you that. But that's because the crust is kind of folding over. That's the crust. That's the depth of the crust, yeah? So that's the now. And again, it's been in the fridge just a day over. And let me show you. Let me show you the deep dishes. Deep dishes are made. I'll download this. Save as. Okay, hang on. Save this to desktop. Give you some music in the meantime. That's my amount of olives. Good job. Yeah, I had crazy amounts on the ham side as well. Ham and olives. Yeah, it was good stuff. Yeah, let me show you. Okay. There we go. Prepared it all for you, chat. Hang on. When I worked at Subway for a few months, they were like, only 6 olives on a sandwich. That's fucking stupid. What do you mean? Alright, so there's the dough. We make the dough with yogurt, yeah? 100 grams of yogurt. Greek yogurt. You don't have to use yogurt if you don't want, but I find it makes the dough nice and yogurt-y. Yogurt. Make the dough with yogurt. It's pretty good. Yeah, standard stuff. 100 grams of yogurt, cup of flour, half a teaspoon of salt. You don't even have to put salt in it, to be honest. You don't really have to. I put it in there for flavor, yeah? That's why I do it. So I got that. And then we've got the sauce. Sauce, dead easy. Half an onion, clove of garlic, tin of chopped tomatoes, big dessert spoon of tomato puree, yeah? You know, put it in a frying pan, olive oil, high heat, yeah? Get that extra moisture off. You want it thick, chunky. Mash it up with a masher, potato masher, yeah? Get it, keep it chunky though, right? It's important that it's chunky. And then you get the dough, you put it in a cake tin or like a spring-loaded cake tin or whatever. And you get something that looks a little bit like this. There you go. There's the finished product. That's what it looks like. Yeah, man. I don't fuck around with me, man. Telling you right now. This shit was killer. I could make this shit in half an hour. It's a fucking piece of piss. It's a pleasure to do. It's a pleasure to do. It's a pizza pie. That's what Chicago deep dish pizza is. Half an hour is like the prep. You got to put it in the oven for another 20 minutes. if I'm just fucking around, I'm doing this on my weekend, do you know what I mean? I'm doing the dough. The dough takes 15 minutes easy. You don't need to rest the dough. You don't need to rest it. Just do the dough, knead it for 5 minutes, roll it out. Roll it out, roll it out, roll it out. You can let the dough rest if you want to make it easier to roll out, but you can just brute force it. You know? So there you go. As my Chicago-style deep dish pizza, made it in Britain, even bruvs can do it. Suck out your dad. Yeah?
He said that this only stiffens our resolve for the military. And Trump
I am having a
earlier
wholesome
had
time.
said
Thanks.
that if Iran does not continue with negotiations, that the U.S. would then target all of Iran's power plants and all of its bridges. Well, we're seeing more and more of these attacks.
And it's really good.
Though the U.S. hasn't taken credit for any destruction of civilian infrastructure. So it's
Oh my
still
God.
very a mixed picture here where this is going, but it does not appear that this is moving anyone closer to negotiations.
Heidi, thanks very much. Heidi Joe Castro in Washington, D.C. We're going to go to Mohammed Val, who is live for us here in Doha. Iran continuing to attack its Gulf neighbors. What's been happening?
Yeah, throughout the day there have been strikes in 3 countries, Jordan, Bahrain and Kuwait. In Jordan, authorities there are talking about 4 missiles launched from Iran. 3 of them were intercepted and 1 fell in an open area. Jordan condemning that action, of course, and Jordan has seen several strikes over the last few days, including those you mentioned that caused the death of some American soldiers. So quite an escalation there. And also in Bahrain, sirens were sounded and reports of some activity, some attacks from Iran without giving any specifics during the last few hours. But in Kuwait, Iran itself says it has targeted 2 American locations, American controlled locations, including a large arms depot and an air defense radar system. The Kuwait itself did not confirm that, but instead it's talking about civilian facilities being hit. Of course, we know about that water salination plant that was struck twice by Iranians, and that's a subject of huge anger in Kuwait and across the region.
And let's just focus on the desalination plants particularly, because they are crucial, of course, to supplying drinking water to a lot of the Gulf nations. How worried do you think the Gulf states are about the fact that these particular plants are being targeted?
Well, obviously,
absolutely,
it's seen in the region as the ultimate threat, because that's the #1 most vital thing here in the Gulf region, a desert region with very little drinkable water, except those amounts that are desalinated from the sea. So that's a very strong threat there from Iran. And Iran mentioned this even in March when U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to strike at civilian facilities in Iran, including water pumping stations. And Iran made that threat, and now we are seeing both sides putting it to execution. The Americans, according to Iranian reports, striking at civilian facilities, vital civilian facilities in the country, and we have seen this attack on a Kuwaiti water desalination plant. This could be the beginning of something more sinister here in the region. The countries are bracing, in the Gulf region, are bracing for this threat, and it is not an easy situation if it happens on a wider scale. You can't even imagine what's going to happen if Iran is able to destroy water salination plants across the Gulf region, a situation that everybody is trying to prevent through diplomacy and a lot of pressure on both sides to try to return to the negotiation table.
Mohammed, just as you're talking to us, there's a line that's come out from the Reuters news agency quoting the Interior Ministry of Bahrain saying that sirens are sounding in Bahrain at the moment. We're going to find out more about what's happening there. But for now, Mohammed Val in Doha, thank you very much. Tawqir Asadi is joining us now from Tehran. We understand that Iraq's Prime Minister is going to be making a visit to Tehran. Is there much optimism, given the fact that there's a lot of speculation about whether or not there's any sort of diplomatic contact going on between anyone at the moment? Is there much optimism that Iraq's Prime Minister might be able to carry a message from the US government to Tehran, given the fact he was in the US not that long ago?
There is optimism, but not much optimism, basically because of the fact that we know that despite all these diplomatic efforts on the way by Qataris, by Pakistanis, and other regional countries to actually de-escalate the situation.
Hey Glaze, how's it going? Wouldn't it be more effective for Iran to hit oil refineries rather than water salination? Given that the imperial powers are fine with pretty much every ally in the region dying of thirst, I don't think that they did do that. Is there any indication that the war will result in the deployment of troops? I have been saying that that is what it is leading to for the last 6 months. I think the accumulation of 600,000, sorry, military personnel. They could destroy oil production in the region anytime they wanted. You see, you need to get into the Iranian way of thinking, right? You need to think in terms of, do we blow our load straight away, right? That is the American way. America blew its load straight away. You have to do a bit of foreplay. Yeah? That's what you have to do. Every sensitive, gentle lover understands this. And Iran is a sensitive and gentle lover. That's what they are. Except for the IRGC, because they're terrorists. And I can't support them. They've been prescribed by the United Kingdom government. I don't support them. But Iran, except for them, think of war in that way. Just destroy their strategic oil reserves by pushing operational minimums to below 150 million, yeah.
And we know that at this point, situation remains uncertain. If speaking of,
I also think that they don't need to do that, right? They don't need to destroy oil production. Their goal is not to destroy oil production. They rely on oil. Like, they are a country that relies on oil. So they understand that that is a material need for various different countries. It doesn't want to anger the Gulf states insofar as anger them because of their agreements with the United States to host US bases on their land, which is now resulting in this war of aggression against Iran. But I do think that, you know, yeah, time is on Iran's side. Time is massively on Iran's side. I don't think that's their last resort. I think that they've been making effective gains quite similarly. Hitting water salination. No. We don't know that they've hit water salination plants. We don't know that that's happened. The only people who are reporting on that are imperialist media sources who are saying it's so evil that they hit a desalinization plant in Iran. They're so evil. Can you believe that they're doing war crimes? They're just like the United States. Whoops. I mean, you know, there's no reason for them to hit the desalinization plants. I don't think it happened.
Forthcoming visit, which is, according to Iraqi sources, scheduled to take place on Thursday. We know that this is for the first
You're critiquing the media. I see.
Pays a visit to Tehran. Again,
yeah, I just wanted to make sure my point got across.
The discussions are going to be revolving around the bilateral relations as well as...
The New York Times and others are finally reporting what we already knew. The Department of War is knowingly concealing casualties. Isn't that a story from like a month ago? Didn't they report on this a month ago? Or is this a new one?
Some memorandum of understandings to be signed to improve the ties between Iraq and Iran. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, this is critically important, seeing the context. Iraqi Prime Minister was in the United States, and then
America just did that to the water source of a community of 10,000 people. Oh, yeah, I know about that, yeah. That was the joke. But it's not really a joke, is it? Because it's fucked.
Next is going to pay a visit to Turkey, and all in all, we have to keep in mind.
I bet somewhere between 50 to 100 Americans have died and times 3 wounded. I'm being serious when I say this, but times that 100 by about 10. And I think it's that. And I also think it's 3 times wounded, because it often is. There is just no way that the USA has 600,000 military personnel in the region. They're not all on a boat. They're not all hiding on a boat off the coast of Oman. They're in these bases. Iran at the start of the war hit a whole fucking floor of a hotel where they were staying. That's easily fucking 20, 30 people. Easily 20, 30 people. I think they evacuated a lot of the bases, though. No, they didn't. They're not smart like that. They're just putting them in other bases. They're just putting them in other bases. And Iran knows where their bases are. What's been reported is over 400 wounded, but investigative reporting puts it at twice that. Yes, and investigative reporting can only go so far. The real numbers will be higher than that as well.
The current situation is going to be a key point of concern as
yes, they don't have any underground bases like in fucking Iran. They don't have anything like that.
Saying that Iraq,
this war is going much worse from the USA than what is being reported, chat. Like, you have to remember. You have to remember.
Attempts to put an end to this confrontation is part and parcel of that deal, but it's still...
And Iran is concerned with taking out US military personnel as well, because they know that they are angling for a ground invasion. And so they want to keep as little troops as possible from entering into Iran. If they can keep a dead Senate a secret, ordinary servicemen in a foreign country don't pose much problems. Yes, exactly. Even if it's by the thousands. You know?
A message. We know that Iraqi farm...
And before you say, oh, well, won't the families of those service members know? No, because they don't have to report them dead until they're definitely dead. They haven't heard of them for a while. It's like, well, yeah, they're at war, bro. You can't expect to be hearing from your kids when they're at war. They're fighting for American freedom, brother.
Minister came out.
Got no time for TikTok.
And this particular trip, the Iraqi side is not going to bring any particular message or any particular.
I've been in indirect fire shelters in CENTCOM. They're pretty good for blocking shrapnel, but the overpressure from the explosion itself can still fuck you up in those things. And with all due respect, RTE clearance, when you were there, it wasn't exactly, you know, trying to withstand the barrage and firepower, like the scale of the firepower, not just the quantity, but also the quality of the firepower is far more than anything that you probably would have had to have endured in your time there, right? The US government will hide facts forever if they can. 1,500 missing in action from Vietnam, yes. You're certainly correct there, streamer, yes. Like, there's just, the region hasn't really seen anything like this before. The USA hasn't seen anything like this before. This is the most, like, up against it the US has ever been.
Something like that to Iran, but still it goes without saying that seeing the actually a fact that he was already in Washington, part and parcel of the positions that he had received there from the American side is going to be out to be discussed when it comes to this trip that we are expecting to take place on Thursday.
Todd, I was mentioning earlier that apparently the International Energy Agency says it's investigating reports that there has been a US airstrike which has hit a partly built nuclear facility in southern Iran. I understand that's the Drakhovan power plant. Has anything come out from the...
Anything being reported like that is so fucking stupid.
The Iranian government about that?
Yes, indeed. First, it was the Atomic Energy Organization of the country coming out to condemn this attack and calling
I could be wrong.
Facility as a symbol of Iran's self-sufficiency. And also, most recently, we've got the deputy...
Hang on a minute. Wait, how did he word that? Did he say a partly built nuclear facility? Okay, this was just a power plant. They hit a power plant. They hit a nuclear power plant. The way that Al Jazeera reported on this was like, oh, it's a nuclear facility. They're drawing on that propaganda of the nuclear dust. They're drawing on the enriched uranium propaganda. They're trying to say, oh, there's a new enrichment site and they've hit that. Right, okay, I see what's going on.
Southern Iran, I understand that.
I see what's going on. They bombed the nuclear reactor. Yeah, hell yeah, let's go. That's so cool. Freedom, brother. Freedom. Yeah, hell yeah. 250 years. Freedom, brother. Yeah, hell yeah.
The Atomic Energy Organization of the country coming out to condemn this attack and calling the facility...
Bro, if you shoot a nuclear power plant, it could nuke a country. Yeah, apparently it's okay to do that now. didn't Russia hit like a Ukrainian power plant? And everyone was like, oh, this is basically nuking a country. They basically nuked Ukraine. We need to murder everyone in Russia now. No vodka ever again. 250, brother. 250 years of unrepentant massacres, brother.
Symbol of Iran's self-sufficiency. And also, most recently, we've got the deputy foreign minister of the country, Kazem Gharibabadi, coming out to put it on his X account to say that the American attack on
Did Russia hit Chernobyl? Yeah, I thought they did. Yeah,
under construction indeed in Dar Khuwain is a dangerous actually course of action to the peaceful infrastructure of the country. And he also continued to say that the responsibility for this attack, the insecurity and lack of
the new containment building got slammed into by a drone. Yes,
and the stability caused by this course of action goes to the United States government. And also he mentioned that Iran condemns this attack and says that it's going to take necessary action.
The online nuclear reactor was a hot point of the war. Zaporizhia.
This is not just a.
I was gonna say, I think like they were talking all the time, like, is Russia gonna hit Zaporizhia? Is Russia gonna hit Zaporizhia? In it,
the first time that Iran is witnessing attacks on
I don't know if they did
facilities over the.
But I think they definitely hit one, and it was probably Chernobyl, as the chatters are saying.
And also the war back in June. One of the.
Oh, they did also hit that one. Zaporizhia. Is it Zaporizhia? Nuclear power station. There was a lot of yelling about it. I see.
Several most important nuclear.
That sounds more like what I was thinking of.
In Isfahan and elsewhere, were heavily.
They control Zaporizhia now. Yeah, likely
damaged, and also it resulted in a sort of change when it comes to Iran's relations with the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA. And right now, inspections when it comes to Iran's nuclear facilities is something like a big question. Iranians are not that much positive about that. They are actually casting,
exactly, LHS,
doubts about the impartial behavior of the UN nuclear watchdog, and we have to keep waiting to see whether Iran is going to practically formulate any response into that particular attack or not.
Tokad Asadi talking to us there from Tehran. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a look at the main issues between Washington and Tehran. Just to remind ourselves, the latest escalation began over shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran wants full control. The U.S. says the strait must remain free from any single country's control. Another major sticking point is...
Right, but it wants to control it. But it wants to control it, so...
Iran's nuclear program. Washington wants stricter limits.
Why are they talking about the memorandum of understanding like it's a real thing that anyone believes was real about anything? Now we're going to listen to a fucking red hot American Yankee gammon. Fucking state of him. Oh my God. Bro, you can't get any more red than this. I mean, you probably could. When this guy's fucking, I don't know, busting or whatever, or walks up the stairs, he probably gets a bit more red. Yeah, he looks like Julia in Hellraiser when she comes back. Or Frank from Hellraiser. Hang on. Let's have a look. Yeah, motherfucker's looking like this. Sid Rosenberg. Sid Rosenberg's purple. Sid Rosenberg got so much fucking skin cancer he went purple. That's what happened. This is this guy. It's just him. Mad stuff.
Assistant Secretary of State. He's joining us live now from San Diego.
Now I want to watch Hellraiser.
Thank you very much indeed for being with us, Mr. Ambassador. I want to ask
Don't laugh, that's my projected look for the 2030 climate. Hell yeah, let's go.
We've been seeing. At the same time, as we've just been talking about, Iraq's Prime Minister, who was in the US just recently, is now making
straight up red egg.
Apparently, they're going to be signing memorandums of understanding and plans going forward. What do you read into the fact that even though both sides, both the US and Iran, say they're not talking to each other, nevertheless, there is this intermediary, for want of a better phrase, this visit that is happening at this time?
It's nothing.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And look, really just a good question there. Look, I got to say, of course there's diplomacy going on.
Ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. You are talking rubbish.
Of course there's intermediaries talking to each other and to the parties. And honestly, I find it inconceivable that the prime minister of Iraq, who's just been in Washington, would go to Tehran and really not say a word about the current situation, especially when his country is, of course, taking fire from Iran on a pretty regular basis. You point.
They love to do this. They love to be like, yeah, this country is getting hit by Iran. It's like, what is Iran hitting in your country? What's that? Erbil? What's there? That wouldn't happen to be the biggest US and Israeli base in the region, would it? It wouldn't happen to be that, would it? Is it that? Is that what you're talking about? Or did they bomb a school? No, they didn't. That was the America that did that? Oh, right.
Out that at least one American was killed there just recently in Iraq. So plenty for him to do. And he also has the opportunity, I think, to be a good mediator because, after all, he too is a businessman like the U.S. president, like Donald Trump. So something different than the usual diplomat. So real possibility.
Capitalism is just like anyone who has loads of money is competent. I love that there is just this inference that if you've got dough, you must be smart. And that's not the case, is it? It's never the case, because all you need to understand to get rich is how to exploit and scam people. That's all you need to do. Anyone could do that. There's people doing that on the street. There's people doing that on the street every single day. They're everywhere. But because they're on crack and they've got other problems, they're not fucking elevated to the oh, these people are smart. These people are smart. No, because those people are the gutter trash. When they scam you and they fuck you over and exploit you in the street, they're gutter trash. But if you do it and you make $1 billion, you better believe that you're competent enough to conduct government level diplomacy. Yeah, how much money you have is severed from how much human you are. Yes, correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. You can bet that those crackheads in the street who are scamming and exploiting people are having a way better life. Way more, like, not better in terms of material conditions, but the experiences they're having, the real life that they're having. You can't get that. You can't get that with dough. That's the thing, Solidarity to the crackheads. I'm not even being what do you call it? Reductive there or anything.
In addition to all the other efforts. Look,
they're far more human.
If you don't mind for a second, back to the MOU. I heard you say very clearly that the U.S. is now insisting that it should be, the strait should be free of any one state's control. Well, the Americans failed to get that point into the MOU. In fact, the MOU makes clear that Iran has an official role. So what we're seeing here is the U.S. trying desperately to get back to the status quo ante, the situation before the war. Whereas on the other hand, the Iranians.
Trump's imposing a 50% import tax on a range of Canadian imports. Why?
Had some control over the strait. They were making money, and then they had to fire a shot.
There's no point in asking that, right?
Any money. So I think we have two countries that are.
Is it because Mark Carney is dealing with China? Is that what it is? Is he just feeling pissed off?
Trying to come back from significant errors.
On that basis, I mean, how does either side de-escalate and still claim it as a win, given the fact, as you've just pointed out, the MOU...
Because they're sending smoke over the frontiers? Is that actually what it is? Is that actually what it is? They're sending smoke over the frontiers. The wildfire smoke. You have to be shitting me, dude. You have to be fucking shitting me. That's not real. Canada issues air quality warnings over US wildfire smoke after Trump tariff threat. This is 3 days ago. No, this isn't breaking news. This is 3 days ago. Oh, no, he's applied the tariffs now. He said he was going to tariff them over the wildfire. That's crazy, dude. Smoke attack. The tariffs are the smoke. The tariffs. No. I knew about the smoke. I knew there was wildfires in Canada. I just didn't know about the tariff shit. You're just telling me this now. I'm just hearing this now. Tariff the smoke. High salt chicken. What the fuck is this? Canada issues air quality warnings over US wildfire smoke after the Trump tariff threat. Officials now say the reverse is also happening as parts of Canada issue air quality warnings caused by American fires to the south. What are you talking about, man? I didn't think it would go through after you have to refund a bunch of money from the earlier tariffs. Chat, let's take a minute. Hang on, 1 second. One head of the empire nation, vassal state on the border, both engaged in polluting the planet, leading to climate change. They're now attacking each other because of the consequences of climate change. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Or at least one of them is. Canada doesn't seem to be doing much aggression. Seems to just be the USA. It's all illegal, that Canadian air. It's all illegal. Insane. Absolutely fucking insane. Oh my god. Okay, well, thanks, chat.
Dead. It's null and void. And because part of the problem, of course, was because the wording itself was so vague that it allowed Iran to, shall we say, interpret.
Gotta build a wall. We gotta build.
Give it a greater.
The golden dome is not just gonna be a dome. It's going to be a bubble. No air in, no air out. That's it. That's how they're gonna start rationing air. That's how that's gonna happen. They're just gonna start building domes over every city in the United States. The Golden Dome over Washington, D.C. It'll be so bright, it'll be like living in a mall 24/7.
Control over the strait.
Yeah.
President Trump has signed an order imposing 50% tariff on a wide range of goods imported from Canada in retaliation for what he called unequal treatment of U.S. cars, dairy, and alcohol. Okay.
So, look, if both sides really
Simpsons movie prophecy enacted, correct?
Find a way back to a ceasefire, let's say, that can be done.
Thanks, Bellatrix.
The problem with the MOU is not so much the very poor drafting. The real problem is that there's a lack of commitment from both sides. It's not clear to me that Iran, or at least parts of the Iranian regime, want peace. I think there's a possibility that they see the war as a unifying factor and as something to justify the survival of their own regime. So they may want to continue the war. I don't exclude the possibility that Donald Trump sees some political benefits in continuing the war. And certainly he is hearing that.
Who's this Timu John Bolton? He's Timu John Bolton.
So plenty of cross-cutting pressures both
the best way to understand
it. Most importantly, among the
best way to look at it
when it comes to the effect on the economy, and most especially the very high visibility.
I just want to take a look at that tractor again. I just really like that color scheme. That's crazy. Like yellow. It looks like a Cadbury's caramel bar.
Effect on the economy, and most especially
Iran have even got attractive looking
visibility
tractors.
Price of gasoline.
Bulldozers.
Everybody can see that every day, and people don't like it when the number goes up.
When we had the original conflict just...
But I thought it was good when number go up.
...push amongst the Gulf nations on both sides to try to de-escalate this situation. There is a constant question about how much pressure the Gulf nations are able to bring, particularly on the Trump administration, in order to change its strategy with regard to Iran. In your assessment, given that we're now in a situation where we're going through a second round of conflict, and again Gulf nations are being targeted, particularly by Iran.
Yeah, they're always showing oil price increases in a green font. Exactly.
What else can the Gulf nations do,
green color,
think, to bring pressure on?
It's green. Is it not good? It's green. Should be good.
Out of this.
Well, I think when it comes to Iran and
Barry with the Ned with a post here 2 hours ago. Let's take a look at this. New Wall Street Journal reporting seems to confirm the sirens at Al Salti aren't even sounding long enough for all the soldiers to reach safe areas. During the first of the 3 missile strikes on Muwafaq Salti Air Base, debris from the missile strike hit the base's gym, U.S. officials said. A siren signaling the incoming attack sounded in time for troops to try and shelter in the bunkers. Some were wounded on their way to the bunker, but none were killed, officials said. Well, I doubt that. Hours later, sirens sounded again, sending troops heading towards the bunkers. This time, an Iranian missile hit an empty aircraft hangar, officials said. It's empty, is it? Okay. The missile strike hit containerized housing units where soldiers had been sleeping, the official said. The sirens sounded for a third time, but not everyone made it to the bunkers. Pentagon identified the 2 air defenders who were killed as First Lieutenant Tyler Alfie and Isabella Gonzalez. They're still reporting on those 2 people. So, yes. And they're saying, oh, a third guy is missing. A third guy is missing. Don't look into it too much. In fact, the sirens are not even audible in the video of the third strike, despite the Wall Street Journal's reporting. Wow. Okay. So, there you go. Interesting reporting there from the Wall Street Journal. Let's take a look at this again.
The Gulf nations' relationship with them. Unfortunately for them, I think it's mostly...
Thank you for the hydrate.
And I think they can say to the Iranians that they're prepared, to radically increase their the amount of economic interchange. I think they could say that they are prepared to accept some Iranian role in cooperation with other states on the Strait of Hormuz. I can imagine, on the other hand, that the Gulf states could look to China, right, in much more positive and diverse ways as a way of pressuring the United States. The fact is that, unfortunately for the Gulf states, they are caught between, 2 gigantic powers, one very, very close to them with which they share geography, and one which is far.
Wow, damn, that sounds like the best case scenario would be for the Gulf countries to make friends with Iran. Because if that means that they can hit China up for some better trade or some better whatever benefits and shit like that, then of course they will in fact benefit much more. So I think that sounds like that's the right way to do that. There's a couple of videos here from Bonza Barry, but these are from about 8 hours ago, I think. Yeah, there's one here from 6 hours ago, one here from 3 hours ago. Let's take a little look. See what's going on here. The US is bombing now. I don't really know what that is. That says Bahrain has been getting hit repeatedly. I think they've been struck 4 times in the last couple of hours. Al Salti 3 hours ago, under attack by ballistic missiles again. Take a look at this. Yep, looks like a missile and an interceptor. American century of humiliation is well underway. Yeah, absolutely. That's why they're doing the whole thing. We didn't get to it tonight, but that's why Marco Rubio was doing this whole thing. That's why Trump and Marco Rubio have been doing this whole fucking thing about, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking make it illegal to be left-wing, right? That's in the title of the stream. It's illegal to be Antifa. It's illegal to be left-wing in the United States now. And it's just like, yeah, they're just turning it inwards. They're like, I think that they know that they're fucked up and they're like, well, we got to try and win because that's just what their egos are saying. And also, we can make some money out of it, so why not? I'm already making loads of money from Israel donors, so I might as well make some money on the oil markets and all that kind of stuff. If we lose troops, we lose troops, right? And, you know, they're turning it inwards. They're turning it inwards. It's the same reason that the UK has gone insane as well. It's what I was saying before. Turkification. Palantir's owner was very forthcoming on that topic. Yeah, they say it out loud. You know, they say it out fucking loud.
Away, and therefore hard to influence.
How could the FIFA Peace Prize winner do this to us? That's so true.
I'm concerned that, you know, the Iranians might.
Well done to everyone in the World Cup, especially FIFA, not Spain. It was a fake win. They didn't even win.
Find a way or make an attempt to take
drone-proof ballroom. Yeah, that's part of it. That's all part of it. Even though it's totally harebrained. Even though it's totally harebrained, this drone-proof ballroom shit, it's part of the process. It's part of the Turkification process.
Then we would,
you know, they're like, well, who's gonna hit us with a drone? They think their own people. That's who they think are going to be the next military threat.
Whole different situation.
We really appreciate you giving us the benefit of your time, Mr. Ambassador.
Top secret military ballroom.
Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. So thank you very much indeed.
Okay, well, there's Al Jazeera's report on trading shots and stuff like that. Let's have a look at some Empire news. This is so funny. Human and financial toll by CNN. Brink of all-out war. Oh my God. Don't lie, CNN. You would love it.
Tells about the U.S. troops killed in the fighting there. At least 17
killed in the fighting there. I've been in superhero movies.
War started. This weekend, CENTCOM says one service member was killed in northern Iraq while trying to detonate a downed Iranian attack drone, and remains have been recovered in Jordan amid the search for a service member still missing.
Yeah, why is there never a warning on my YouTube for CNN state connections? Correct. Why does it never say U.S. Navy linked CNN? Why does it never say Royal Marines linked NBC?
The attack that left
not Royal Marines, U.S. Marines. Royal Marines are the British ones.
Moments ago, the Pentagon identified those two soldiers who were killed in Jordan. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas. President Trump spoke about the losses.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Well, we feel very bad, but they're out there doing the thing that I'm lying about.
Iran has been very, very badly damaged.
Hey, bright person, yeah, doesn't care at all. Does not care at all.
Militarily.
Well, people die. That's how it is. People just die. We live in a wonderful, amazing existence. Nobody knows why they're here. They say it's God, but we don't know, really. We don't know. So people die. Being taken out of it is completely fine, because who knows? It doesn't even matter.
Attack live at the White House for the latest reaction from there. Good morning, Kevin.
Well, it's very sad, but...
Yeah, this has been one of the deadliest...
Yeah, it's very sad that Charlie Kirk died, but the ballroom's really good.
Really ratcheting up the cost for Americans, but also deepening the quandary for President Trump. And the death toll does appear likely to rise. CENTCOM saying that it's still working to identify remains that were found at the site of that attack on Jordan. They say...
Have you seen the list of 43 people that have identified? U.S. names 43 Americans and groups. Oh yeah, Hassan Piker's in there, right? And Ben Cohen is very funny. It's very, very, very funny. Let's see if we can find the actual list. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah. Who do we got here? Let's have a quick whiz through that. Adley Suzanne, don't know who that is. Amazon Labor Union, Christian Smalls, Antifa. A decentralized group of self-described anti-fascist political activists. That's the best one. Assata's daughter, Chicago-based Black Lives Matter abolitionist offshoot, the trained young activist in the radical spirit of Assata Shakur. That sounds amazing. Association for the Investment of Popular Action Committees, AIPAC. What? Wait, what? Association for Investment in Popular... AIPAC? Why? That's got to be on purpose. That's got to be on purpose, dude. Okay. I think the left wing group did that. They decided to make a woke APAC. These are people who are in California. It's an umbrella nonprofit. Might have been founded by some rich liberal guy or like left wing, leaning left liberal guy. And then, they got woke people in there who were saying we should do delegations to Cuba and Venezuela, right? And we should call it the Association for Investment in Popular Action Committees, because then people will have to say like, oh yeah, we're funded by APAC, but not the good APAC. I don't know. Karen Bass! That's very, very funny. Because she was a Venceremos brigade organizer in the 70s. She's changed dramatically since then. She's like on your side, dude. What do you mean? Susan Benjamin, Medea Benjamin, that sucks. Black Alliance for Peace, that sucks. Black Lives Matter, that sucks. Don't know who this is. What the fuck is this? The former district attorney of San Francisco. Changing frequencies of black, queer, feminist-led abolition, aiming to disrupt what it calls the medical industrial complex. Claudia Jones School, organizing collective, Code Pink, we know about them. Ben Cohen. Ben Cohen is so funny. Like, okay. Claudia de la Cruz, partly for socialism and liberation. Oh, that's the PSL. De Los Santos, Manolo, Help of the People's Forum, deep relationship with Cuban regime elites, DSA. The DSA are terrorists, apparently. Quality for Flatbush. That sucks. George Floyd? Bro, he's dead. You don't need to worry about that guy. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Fucking Amy Goodman. Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! Attended the wedding of leftist billionaire Neville Roy Singham and Jody Evans. No such thing. No such thing as a leftist billionaire, dude. Crazy stuff. Isra Hirsi, daughter of Ilhan Omar. Mental. Zoran Mamdani, he's on the terror list. We put him on the terror list. He's a terrorist. Ilhan Omar, she's a terrorist. The PSL, Hassan Baker, he's a terrorist. We gotta get him. Ayanna Presley. This is just mental. It's just really ill thought out. It's super ill thought out. None of this makes any sense. It is a pathetic list. That's what I mean. It's ridiculous. They've got a couple of really good woke groups in here that is like, yeah, it sucks that they're now gonna get fucking like investigated or face more state repression or whatever, but like a lot of this stuff just doesn't make any sense. Bro, Amy Goodman and Karen Bass, I'm sorry, but they were never gonna lead any revolution. That's just fucking crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I note here that there aren't really any tenant unions on here. The only union that's on here is the Amazon Labor Union. They don't have like Kansas City Tenants or New York Tenant Union or anything like that. They don't know what they're doing. They're making threats out of complete liberals. It's traditional, historic, fast shit. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's good to point that out. 1000%. You know? What percent of these are likely feds or fed ops? There is a non-0% chance that they have listed one of their own ops here. So I don't know, but it's non-0% that there is a percentage of that. Oh, mate. Okay. Well, yes. So. That's fucking crazy. The Karen Bass is killing me, dude. That Karen Bass being on there is fucking mental.
That 2 service members had been killed when they came under attack from Iranian missiles and drones. We also understand that there was an additional death in northern Iraq over the weekend when a service member was working at a...
It's just laughable, right? It's laughable.
...of unexploded ordnance. Both of these...
That's what I mean. What do they think? What do they think Amy Goodman's gonna do? What do they think she's gonna do? Amy Goodman just runs a fucking news organization. What do they think she's going to do?
Worrying that Iran really does retain missile and drone capabilities that perhaps President Trump may have been underplaying over the last several months, but also seems to have the ability to evade U.S. Air defense systems. Really comes amid
I don't know, Komredsky.
exchanges between the two countries, both sides going after increasingly sensitive targets, including civilian infrastructure. Last night, CENTCOM
Libs will be like, it's good you made this list, but I'm not supposed to be on here. I'm a moderate, actually.
that it carried out the 9th straight consecutive night of attacks on Iran. And I also
These opposition media, I suppose.
That additional American firepower is heading to the region, including F-16 jets.
But again, it's not, Democracy Now! Isn't really building power. I don't know if there's I can't think of a person, there probably is. There probably is like an American left-winger out there who hasn't quite made it to communism yet, but they're not quite a liberal. And they watched Democracy Now! And they were like, yeah, actually this radicalized me. I watched the news be done in a very news-like way, in the way that I am conditioned to like it, but it was a bit anti-imperialist and it radicalized me. It is agitating. I agree it's agitating, but I'm just trying to think of the person, it's hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe. It is hard to believe. She's very good at what she does. She's very good. What she does, she's very good. It's fine. But, better than a lot of them. Not ideal, not perfect, but, it's America. And, but I just can't, the word, Democracy Now! Has always struck. I used to watch it all the time. I used to watch it all the time at the start of every stream when I couldn't be bothered trying to figure out the news myself. I would just put Democracy Now! On and be like, let's have a look at this and complain about it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I just can't see any. Yes, I can't see any of that happening. Anyway, what's our argument supposed to be, though? Your list is lame and not radical enough. Yeah, I think that pointing out the hilarity of it is funny because they're cracking down now. It's happening, so there's no point in trying to be polite about anything. There just isn't. It doesn't serve anyone at any point.
F-35 jets, as well as additional...
Let the feds do their own legwork. Yeah, I suppose.
All now heading to the Middle East. It's all, I think, led to some anxieties.
Democracy Now! Is basically all PBS, yes.
By the U.S. on southern Iran, that perhaps President Trump could be preparing for some sort of ground invasion, and certainly the president...
They're agitating, but they're not doing prop, right? It's the prop is missing from the agit prop. They're agitating, but the propaganda is just not there.
That's something of a strategic crossroads here as he determines which way to go amid this escalating conflict with Iran. Of course, these deaths, I think, just reiterate that the U.S. doesn't actually need ground troops in Iran in order for positions in the region to be at heightened risks. Those troops that are arrayed across the Middle East are now coming under fire.
3 American deaths in just 24 hours, a 9th night of strikes. Kuwait intercepting attacks once again this morning. What does this tell you about the threat level to the thousands of troops now, not only in the region, but around the world?
They can't name anything actually building power because it would immediately see membership soar. That is very true, actually. That is very true. That's the only explanation for it, actually. I think that that's completely true. I think that they are terrified of that. I think that they are terrified of Americans actually building worker power, and they want to hide away and pretend that that doesn't exist as much as possible. They want to say that the DSA are communists because that's something that they've already been manufactured to believe, and they want to say Zoran Mamdani's a communist because that's, it's a product of... they've got like a few key figures. Hassan, Zoran, DSA... all these other big heads that people have spoken about in the media recently have been like, they're communists, they're communists, they're communists. And they could just say that anyone else on the list is a communist. And George Floyd being on there is crazy. Is fucking crazy. That's obviously more crazy than Karen Bass being on there. That's just nuts. Red Scare tactics don't work on the younger generation. Yeah, like, this is the thing. We're not in 1951 or whatever. Hey, ground level news. I'm still just cackling about Amy Goodman. Yeah, it's really good. They've been trying to be about the old school Red Scare stuff, which is funny. No, of course. DSA are doing harm reduction and electoralism. They're not going to break the machine this decade. Correct, yes. The thing that people should really be talking about when it comes to the DSA is all the other organizations that their members are in and that the DSA works with regularly. Like, for example, tenant union. I think Narco Rubio may actually just be terminally online. If not, it's his staffers. It's gotta be, right? These people don't live in fucking the real world. They just don't. Hey, Ginger Squirrel Nuts.
So it tells us
put Rush Limbaugh on a left list.
Have to be right all the time, and the Iranians only have to be right once. And unfortunately, we did see some pretty substantive attacks. I'm hearing from multiple.
Did he just do the IRA thing? Did he just say the IRA line?
But around the world.
So it tells us that our air defenses have to be right all the time, and the Iranians only have to be right once. And unfortunately, we did see some pretty substantive attacks. I'm hearing from multiple U.S. officials that the number of casualties actually in these attacks, particularly in Jordan, was much higher. That there could have been several dozen wounded in Jordan alone, than additional attacks in Saudi Arabia. And that when they hit the base in Erbil in northern Iraq, it was actually it hit a weapons storage depot as well, and there were secondary explosions there. So quite a substantive attack. I'm told that the Iranians also look like they've adapted their tactics based on previous strikes, in which they have maneuverable warheads now coming off of the missiles that are coming in, and that's making it more difficult to shoot things down. So not a lot of information has been released, but that is so far what I'm being told by U.S. officials.
The New York Times also reporting that
we shot down 18,000 missiles. Unfortunately, the Iranians launched 18,001.
The number of U.S. troops that have been injured in attacks has not been disclosed over the past few weeks. Jordan, in particular, has been on the receiving end of a number of these strikes. What message is Iran sending by specifically targeting Jordan?
Oh, Regal Patel gave me a blue fella. Yeah, I'll have that.
So Iran, they've targeted Jordan, and this attack was successful, unfortunately, but they've also attacked many of our other bases in the region. So it's twofold. It's part of their overall strategy that they've launched in response to the U.S. Military action that was launched several months ago, and that is they want to maximize U.S. casualties. They want to ensure that the Gulf states and also Jordan, where we have basing that's being used to launch, put pressure on Washington to end the war, and they want to increase the cost of goods by choking off the Strait of Hormuz by
cancellation.
Lastly, they want to cause division within the
devastating
political base. I'm told by multiple sources in the region that those are the four courses of action Iran is pursuing as part of an asymmetric strategy to get the U.S.
Hey, Raj 771730. Defense weapons are not as good as they claim. Yeah.
Retired Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances.
It's this guy again.
The death toll of U.S. killed in action is now 17. I want to ask about one of those deaths. They were trying to detonate a drone, right? An Iranian drone lands. They're trying to get rid of it. Someone dies in the process. And it reminded me of the fact that the U.S. has had to have this whole system to intercept and deal with drones, an expensive system. How is it handling up under the onslaught from Iran?
Yeah, well, this is one of the key questions that CENTCOM and really all military officials in the U.S. have to answer this morning, Audie. And, you know, one of the things to look at here is that the Iranians have some very cheap, very efficient drones in many respects. So, you know, when you look at one of the common ones, the Shahid 136, about $30,000 a pop. And if it's coupled with explosives, then you've got a whole different set of things to worry about. So when the explosive ordnance disposal technicians look at these weapon systems, they have to go in and they try to defuse them. Basically, they're diffusing bombs when they do this. And we know that many of the drones that the Iranians have fuses that go off after the bomb or after the drone impacts a particular area. So
after it impacts, then it goes off again?
It can.
Is this a sense, is this adaptation? Are we seeing an Iran that has not been obliterated militarily, but has found ways to adapt.
Well, they've definitely found ways to adapt, and sometimes there are malfunctions of their equipment as well. So in this case, we're probably talking about a malfunction. But those are the kinds of things that do happen, and the explosive ordnance folks look at these things in an effort to try to determine
He's here for the end,
what
chat.
those weapons actually are.
He made it just for the end of the stream.
They actually, how they explode, how they work, and
oh, he's going! No, you bastard!
Use. So when it comes to those countermeasures, we're looking at a lot of different things, and
he was there for a minute.
It's definitely a very difficult problem set because it's a lot cheaper to throw things like drones of the Shahed type against a particular target than it is to defend.
So it's not that we're running out of things, it's that we are running out of the things to intercept?
Well,
that's still bad. That's possibly the worst kind of bad, actually, in this particular situation. That's actually worse than running out of other stuff, but not running out of interceptors. Running out of things to intercept is wild. No, I don't think she's saying running out of things to intercept as in like running out of missiles, like they're firing less missiles or whatever. She's just saying they're running out of things to intercept. She said, oh, it's not that we're running out of stuff. We're just running out of stuff to intercept other stuff with, I think she was going for, you know?
There are some things that we're running out of, or at least that there's difficulty, like, for example, the Patriot missiles. When you look at the PAC-3 interceptors that are part of the Patriot packages, those are, first of all, hard to build. When you look at the rate of production and the rate of expenditure of those missiles,
how long can we keep going?
Then it becomes a shortage. But the key thing to remember, Audie, is this. CENTCOM and other elements are moving into a different era where we're actually using drones against the Iranians as well. And
you have to build those as well. What do you mean? My man's like, don't worry about it. We're using drones. How are you building them, bro? You still have to pay for these things. You're talking about, oh, we can't produce or manufacture missiles at the rate that we need, but don't worry, we can do that for drones. No, you can't. What do you mean? Unless there comes a day when Donald Trump says, right, the state is taking ownership of these fucking weapons manufacturers, we're paying for it, that's how it works, we got state-run weapons manufacturing, now it's time to production. That's the time to go, oh shit, you know?
some of the defense systems that we have right now are actually of the cheapest.
Well, he's not going to do that because it's a communist thing to do.
For example, that is a reverse-engineered Shahed drone, and it is.
They're referring to the Lucas. They're referring to the Lucas drone. They're saying it's $30,000 to $40,000. First of all, you got to build it. You got to build it first. How long is that going to take? It's a drone. It requires complex equipment, rare earth minerals. And also, yeah, missing the huge point that drones can't stop ballistic missiles. The Khorram Shah 4 or whatever the fuck it's called. It's like fucking the size of a rocket that goes to space. It's fucking huge. You can't stop that with a drone. What do you mean? Yes, and also how many drones does Iran have compared to how many drones the US has reverse manufactured in order to get their version of their drone of? Ridiculous.
To $40,000.
Yes, if you reverse engineer the opposition's weapons, you're literally multiple steps behind.
In terms of its expense, so we're getting to the point where we're getting that fiscal equation.
But we're going to need money. You said fiscal equation. I know Hegseth is asking for, I think, $80 billion Iran war supplement.
Rajab 1730 says there's been a lot of protest in India by the CJP against Modi's fascist regime. Got tear gas today. Brutality by the police has just been crazy and has been going up. Yeah, sorry to hear it, comrade, and huge solidarity. You know, I have faith in the comrades of India, various different places. I know that Kerala has been going sicko mode, even though the government there has changed. I think that people there are rising up. So yeah, stay safe. Whatever you do, stay safe.
1.5 trillion for the fiscal year, and then a 30 billion estimated current cost of the war at this point.
US 16,000 and Iran up to 100,000. And also, that 16,000, is that particularly Lucas reverse engineered drones? Because that 16,000 might be made up of Reaper drones. There's the other ones, all this kind of stuff. They wouldn't let people off the train at the stop where protests were in Delhi. Holy shit.
What's the political
Yeah, they're scared. Yeah, they're scared. They're scared of people rising up like that.
Tight right now. I mean, once you have service members dying, I have a hard time picturing any lawmaker I've ever met saying, we're not going to give money to this. Sorry, guys.
The political appetite is such that Republican leaders are using a maneuver that only needs Republican votes to try to push through this. I think in any other circumstance.
Yeah, I know about Kerala, Raj, yeah.
Democrats who are willing to say, well, you know, we may not love this war, but the Pentagon does need the money and the reason.
We cover little updates on India on our Sunday show that I do with my co-hosts Sophie and Tim and our producer Conrad, Red Planet. The link for that is in the chat. So, yeah, I'm sure there'll be a bit of news about that this weekend if we cover it, which we should probably do. But yeah, we've been covering what's been going on in India for a while, to be honest. It's been very interesting seeing the resistance to that stuff.
Sources, but because of what we talked about earlier, how the president has not made a case for this war, how they have sought essentially no authorization from Congress to authorize these strikes, the Democrats...
Always comes as a bit of a surprise how much money the US military wants to wage war. What is the $1 trillion go into? I mean, you've got to remember, each fucking thing that they want to buy is you know, costs $1 billion. So they need $1 billion in order to buy that shit. That's what it's all about. And the only reason that is the way it is because of the mode of production. You know, you have these capitalist weapons manufacturers, and it's like, oh, what's that? You know, the Treasury is willing to give you this much money to buy our weapons. Well, the price just went up. Can you get that from Congress?
They're saying we're not going to
yes,
help.
is the answer.
And I just want to say, when we look at the YouGov,
thank you for the follow, by the way.
For mid-July, was Iran war a wrong decision? So this is people being asked essentially, how do you feel about the president's handling of the war? Democrats, needless to say, 89% not happy. Independents, 65% saying the Iran war was the wrong decision, not like wrong direction.
But what's the percentage of don't know?
Wrong decision.
They always leave don't know out of this.
And non-MAGA Republicans, 51%. Now, I know you're not political, but I feel like every military...
How is this guy not political? What do you mean? What do you mean? I know you're not political. This guy's doing geopolitical analysis. What are you talking about?
Every man who came of age post-Vietnam is now aware of how much the public sentiment matters. The forever war generation, how much the public sentiment matters. I don't want to over...
And this guy is political. We've seen him on so many different fucking... Isn't he like an ex-secretary of state or something? Completely nuts to be saying that.
Estimate casualties when there are going to be casualties in war. But how do you see it, given that people don't think he made the right call going?
Yeah, well, one of the things that's different about the Vietnam era and what we're dealing with right now.
Yes, it's basically a laundering. Yes, it's basically money laundering. The weapons companies say we could build this thing for $1 trillion bazillion in 10 years, and then they get it, and then they deliver it 30 years late, and the machines just kill their own pilots. Yes, correct. White dudes in the US say they aren't political to get laid. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. You should just say you're a communist. That gets you laid so much more.
Is that there is genuine support.
I mean, obviously, you need to be a communist. You should just be a communist.
For the military itself.
But, you know.
So when you look at the American population.
The real strat is to be like, actually, I want liberation for the workers and nature everywhere in the world.
A lot of support for the military.
Our government said the US is going to build a missile factory in an old dying coal mining town here to combat China. That's going to work. You know what? I can see it now. That'll do it. What do you call it? The place that's in Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, where Guy Pearce gets attacked. It's called like Bombioy or something. It's got like a mad name. I don't know if it's Aboriginal. I don't want to be offensive, like, but like, yeah, no, it's it's just one of those towns, right? It's like it's just full of fucking white dudes. They, like, it's like what's his face says in the movie. He goes, "They go down the hall in the morning, blush them up, come out, and that's about the size of it." It's like that, yeah. That's where the anti-China movement is going to come from in Australia. That's where all that shit's going to happen.
I have not encountered the types
of bumfuck nowhere town.
The first year I went through ROTC. First year I went through ROTC, people who were against, and it was 1980, who were against the Vietnam War. It was still a, vestige that was had been over for 5 years at that point.
Build the future missile factory in Centralia. It's always already on fire, so you're part there.
Basically the election of Ronald Reagan, all of a sudden sentiment changed, even on a liberal college campus. I went to Cornell, and that was a completely different environment. And then, as
this guy's talking like, look, he's a retired colonel, a military analyst. You can't not be political and be a military analyst. That's so stupid. I know you're not political. Sorry to harp on about that, but
a much better sense that people had that the military was becoming better, that it was becoming more efficient.
Hi, Cribs and Tinted, by the way. Welcome in.
Because the military learned lessons from Vietnam. Yeah. They changed the way they did business, and you saw the debacle. Going back to Iran, you saw the debacle in Desert One, which
told us our politicians. Yeah, that's so true.
But I think as a result,
that's
beyond
so true.
Also the draft and many other things, it's made the U.S. populace more sensitive to deaths.
Absolutely, and I think.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't, man.
And deaths are a horrible thing. And it's one of the, if you call it.
How can anyone say that anyone learned anything? If she's talking about the populace, right? The general populace. Yeah, most people think that Vietnam was bad, right? But I don't know in what way she's talking about, like, oh, this has made Americans more sensitive to death, and it's like, I don't know if that's possible. Sorry, Yanks. I know that a lot of you are very caring humans and individuals, but the broad strokes. The television of war has made it the populace more sensitive to seeing death in war. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's just wrong analysis. That's what's going on.
Good thing is the fact that
incorrect analysis
more
about why that has happened.
In the past,
people watching, people carrying their fucking kids home in plastic bags.
They were kind of abstract.
Yeah.
That's where kind of abstract, and that is a real problem. But nowadays, people are very sensitive to it, and I think they're very thankful for what the military.
Seeing a genocide happen.
Sense that when I talk to people.
Okay, well, there you go. That's that, isn't it? That's that, isn't it? Hang on a minute, chat. Just give me a minute. Okay. I am going to play Pokemon Pokopia until my eyes bleed. I'm done for the day. We're going to raid someone. I just had to log into Twitch because apparently I wasn't logged in. Don't know how I'm streaming, but there you go. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? Let's raid. Yeah, it's got to be Larry. We're going to raid Larry. Leaping Larry. Good stream. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for hanging out. It's good to see you. Come back fresh after a little break. Feeling recovered and all that shit. We're having a fun time. Analyzing and critiquing Empire, as per usual. Thank you for the subs today. Thank you for the donos today. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, everyone, just hanging out. Good to see you. And if you watch this VOD on the VOD channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. if you're with the raid, please join us in raiding Leaping Larry. You will have a great time in Larry's stream. I guarantee it. If you like my politics, you love his politics, let's go and raid him. I will be back tomorrow, same time as usual, 5 or 6 p.m. And I'll see you then. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Good night.